Alright, welcome back everyone. So, I ended up deciding I wanted to do 3 houses tonight, because if I don't, there's gonna be a gap while I'm on call where we won't really want to do it, so this is probably about the best timing for it. Plus I had a hankering to get back to the playthrough anyway, so we're gonna do that, and I think after I'm done with the on-call week, we'll probably move to doing this on Fridays or something, and then continuing to work our way through RCS otherwise. Anyway, I believe we were about to lure the enemy into a fire trap and commit war crimes, so hooray. Whenever this is done loading, anyhow. I guess that's the thing about swapping games, is that the Switch is like, oh, I don't have this cached anymore.
Everyone, listen up. I have a proposal. We are now building our forces in order to rise up against the Imperial Army. But it wouldn't be smart for us to fight under the banner of the Alliance. That would only incite the lords who support the Empire. We've also combined forces with the Knights of Seros. Therefore, I suggest that we operate under a new symbol. That's why I've prepared this. You may recognize it as the Crest of Flames, which resides in Teach, the phantom crest that has reappeared after more than 1,000 years.
Whoa, Wagita.
We're attempting our own miracle, so it seems like a suitable symbol for us. So, until we welcome the dawn of a new age in Fodlan, let's fight to the very end, as one, under the symbol of the Crest of Flames.
Impressive, Claude. Forget restoring the monastery. You've somehow roped everyone into fighting back against the Empire.
If you recall, I never technically asked anyone to join us. If anything, we have Teach's achievements to thank. Now that you mention it, I guess I should express my gratitude.
By changing to a new flag, we can attempt to skirt Geneva conventions for several additional weeks. Yes, also, I guess fortunately for Quad, Geneva doesn't exist in this world.
Hey, friend. So this is where you've been. Without you, the Knights never would have joined our cause. I can never pay you back for that.
Let's do our best.
Just leave it to me, Teach. When this fight is over, I plan to see all of my dreams come to fruition. And yours as well.
And what are your dreams, Claude? Huh?
Well, for example, to bust open Fodlan's throat. There's a massive fortress there, which is responsible for protecting the eastern border of the Alliance. I like to think of it as a lid on a bottle. The people of Fodlan only know a small part of the world. Their prejudices are born because they don't know what lies beyond their borders. And the opposite is true too. Those outside of Fodlan don't know about this place. Ignorance breeds discrimination. Whether you look inside the bottle or outside of it, if you really look, all you'll find are people who you can get along with if you only try. That's why I want to bust open that lid, which is keeping us locked inside, or destroy the bottle entirely.
No, I'm pretty sure Aryadbar is Blue Lions only. Although I'm honestly not sure what happens to it on the other routes. It's not like Dimitri's around to object. Are you gonna tell our allies about this?
I'll find the right time to bring it up. Even if I talked about it now, it doesn't seem realistic, does it? first, we need to defeat the Empire and restore peace to... Huh?
Professor! Claude! We're under attack!
I guess we'll have to cut our conversation short. What's going on, Leone?
It's a small group, but some Imperial troops are headed this way. It looks like they were stationed nearby.
I've got to hand it to Edelgard. Nothing gets past that woman.
Well, let's be cautious.
As long as we don't let our guard down, there's no way they can defeat us. This will be our first battle alongside the Knights of Seros. Let's kick off our new partnership with a magnificent victory.
You know, I wonder if Edelgard actually did know about this, or if it's just like Randolph charging in trying to be a glory hog.
Thanks. I'm glad I asked you.
It's not like he's got any backup. Once his... Well, I guess he's got those reinforcement Pegasi, but... Like, once things go wrong, like... He has to step up and be the decoy. So I feel like there's maybe a slight lack of planning in what he was doing. Okay, what were we going for? I know we did a lot of side battles last time, but I don't think we actually hit any benchmarks as far as reclassing. Although I guess most of the units are kind of at where they want to be anyway. Let's see. Pretty sure what Scythia is. It's 74. It's not great, but we've got 4 Abyss Seals and no one else who really wants to use them, so why not? Although this is probably the absolutely wrong map to try to run it in.
Perfect comprehension.
Yay, 3 extra deep. Okay, we'll leave that for now. This also means we can adjust Lysithia's goals again. Let's see, Hilda's not going anywhere. Leone is probably miles away from Overlord. 69. Wait, is she at? She might be at B axis. Yeah, I didn't think she was at B+. Well, I bought all the Master Seals, so we technically have a reserve. Let's see. Who would we want to use them on if we did, hang on to them? Not Violet, not Claude. So there's Lorenz, Balthus. So that technically gives us like a 3 Master Seal buffer. If we were to just gamble them, possibly gamble them away. Because we're definitely not giving them to any of the people who are just going to be kind of, I guess, reserve characters for their pair walks. Does Claude expand on this whole bust open Fulton's throat later on? Because right now it merely seems like an invitation from Myron begins to swarm into the Alliance and cause instability. Keep in mind that Claude plans to politely ask them not to do that. I see. I should have expected such you should have expected such masterful tactics from the one and only Claude. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he means literally busted open anyway. I think he means he wants to establish actual diplomatic ties. And, you know, it does strike me as weird, like, territories of Fodlan, like other sections, have been at war with other countries. So, like, there's clearly been contact, but, like, absolutely no effort for diplomacy? Really? Oh yeah, Balthus is nowhere near the right level. What's his percentage look like, though? Oops. 66? So, I think Balthus is gonna be more or less good as far as skill requirements. I guess we might have a chance to go at it early if his levels super accelerate and then we're only at B riding or something, but like, I think Balthus is in a pretty good place. It's bad politics on his end to frame it that way. Well, yeah, maybe a little, I guess. Because, I mean, he does go on to elaborate that he means it in the way that he wants people to learn about each other. Which would, I assume, would mean establishing diplomatic ties. Like, I don't know if any country would just freely open its borders. Alright, so I think because Leone is just such a power unit, it's worth gambling for her. Lorenz is quite a ways ahead of Balthus, too. Is there any... Yeah, we might have to just let him work at things a little bit, because Lorenz is... I think a little behind on his skills. Yeah, C riding? I don't think he's even gonna be able to select it. So yeah, I think it's pretty safe to give Leone dibs here. And see if it works out for her or not. Well, the girls are on fire tonight.
All that hard work's paid off.
Okay, well, I guess that's 2 sets of goals we can shift. Where are we going here now with Placidia? I guess we could leave it on riding. Move +1 wouldn't be bad, although I'm not sure how I'd fit it on her skill bar. Alright, maybe we go Reason Faith, because... well, are we actually gonna use Faith Prowess? She has it equipped right now, but once I get Uncanny Blow, there's little reason to keep it. Well, I suppose that's a bit off, so maybe we pursue Faith for now. It's a stopgap until she's mastered Valkyrie. Because, like, I could double down on Reason right now, but, like, it's inevitable that she's gonna hit S+ at this point. So, no need to rush it. They're all for actually attempting to establish diplomatic ties. Good. Because I feel like that's something that Fodlan sorely needs, yet somehow has managed to avoid. Again, I say this with the game having placed several wars in recent memory. So... like, did those other countries other than Elmira team up because they're like, man, Adressi is just ignoring us. What a bunch of jerks. Hello, Crumblo. You're here for the war crimes specifically. Well, you come to the right place then, because the church is about to help us commit some. And so Axe is no longer needed for Leonie, which means we can go... Oh, she can almost use the keep all wyverns too. Glorious. Well, she pretty much doesn't use her melee. Except for when I was frantically trying to train her, so I guess we do... Bow's Authority? Even though bow crit is probably not going to be too incredible. If we can actually manage to get the bow fair, that'll be nice. We'll see if that happens though. I guess for giggles, after this, we could, after authority hits A, we can start working on maybe riding? See if move +1 will fit on here. Alright, we have some supports too. Well, we have a lot of supports.
Hey, Professor, something's been bothering me.
The Pope told us to do this, so it's a divine war crime. That's it is okay. Exactly, right? History is written by the victors, after all. Interestingly, the wiki states that Fodlan's first contact with Dagda was Dagda attempting to take over Adrestia. So did Adrestia just like never send people out more than a couple kilometers out to sea? Hello, Tribolical. Yes, yay, war crimes. War crimes are the best.
Remember that suspicious guy I chased after back when I was a student? A knight scolded me for it, but at the time I really thought I was doing the right thing. Now that I've had more experience on the battlefield, though...
I've been looking for you. There isn't much time, so I'll keep this brief. The knights encountered a band of brigands while out marching. It was hard fought, but we prevailed. Our soldiers are highly trained, but the enemy was formidable, and we weren't expecting combat. There were a number of casualties among our troops.
It's just gotta hand it to Dagda for the effort. And you guess so. Yeah, I mean, it seems weird. Because Bridget and Dagda aren't that far away, right? So... It seems like contact was inevitable, but... somehow it only happened because Dagda was like, hey, there's a land here, we should invade it. Because reasons. I pray for their souls.
Much appreciated, but there's a reason I need to bring this to your attention. Do you recall the incident 5 years ago involving a suspicious individual in Garreg Mach? These brigands all bore the same scorpion tattoo that we found on the arm of that man.
Oh no.
I thought that might be of interest to you.
You know, it's kind of weird. They make it seem like there might actually be an established, I guess, other bandit group that we might come into contact here with all this scorpion tattoo stuff, but it's only really in Caspar supports. But I think if they had it as any flavor for the main game, it would, or main storyline, it would, I guess, help add a little bit extra. If Adrestia was all of Fodlan at one point in history, where did the name Fodlan come from? Well, it wasn't it originally, it was whatever Nemesis had for like his kingdom, and then Seros formed the Adrestian Empire. So I mean, I guess they could have changed it. They could have been like, well, no, we don't want to keep Nemesis' name. We're gonna change it to Adrestia for the whole continent, but I guess they didn't. Adrestia did occupy Bridget and use it as a base of operations to mount a counter-invasion, but they made about as much progress as Dagda. I see. But still, I mean, it makes it sound like Dagda just had like a bunch of warships sailing around aimlessly looking for stuff to attack.
Don't mention it. If you'll excuse me, I need to get back to my duties.
Heck of a coincidence, right? As soon as I mention that suspicious guy, this happens.
Dot dot dot.
But some of the knights died in combat. They died because of what I did 5 years ago. This is my fault. If I'd stayed quiet and tracked the guy down like you said, we would have stopped those brigands sooner, and I wouldn't have blood on my hands.
And then we have to comfort Caspar. It's like, nah, not necessarily.
It's no use trying to comfort me. You know I'm right. Just say it. Those poor knights. It's all my fault.
Yes, and we get to hear more of Ingrid and Claude. Well, is this one gonna end with them coming to blows?
Ah, hello, Ingrid. A good day to you.
Well, hello there. If it isn't Claude, always a pleasure.
You put in a fine performance in training today. I must redouble my own efforts. Ha ha ha.
Claude is just like intentionally being over enthusiastic, I guess.
That's kind of you to say.
By the by, do you have a moment to spare? I have been meaning to ask for your input on some new strategies.
Oh, goodness. Only if you think someone as lowly as myself might be of service.
But of course, I value your skills more highly than most any other.
Oh, goodness.
Ingrid playing along, I guess.
Okay, time out. Listen, Ingrid, do you really have to say "oh goodness" every couple of seconds?
Oh goodness.
What do you expect? Speaking to me as you were, I only responded in kind.
What? Do I sound that strange? I thought I was acting earnest and industrious.
I mean, yes, you do. You sound nothing short of ridiculous.
Sheesh. Have you looked in a mirror lately? You're the one who's been walking around like Queen uptight.
Excuse me? I'll admit it was a bit forced, but it certainly doesn't warrant such a title.
Yeah, I think they're about to fight. This music is also an indication that the support will be a bop. Music signals that, figuratively speaking, the circus is in town. This is fair.
Look, this was fresh and fun for a while, but maybe it's time we called it quits. Acting like this isn't us. We're just going to make everyone think we've gone mad.
I agree. I must say, I have an easier time getting on with you when you're you, in all your you-ness. Come to think of it, you've always been more reliable than most anyone I know, when it really mattered.
Well, thanks for saying that. I think I liked you better when you were a bit pricklier too. I've gone so long without hearing one of your lectures, I'm almost starting to miss them.
I'm sure I can remedy that for you.
I didn't mean you need to go all out or anything. A little restraint would still be nice.
My lectures, as you call them, only persist as long as is necessary.
Oh, I think I'm coming down with a stomachache. We'll talk later, okay? Okay, see ya.
You honestly expect me to believe that? Come back here, Claude.
You're right, those two are a circus.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Oh, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle.
Oh, that won't do. Come, take my hand. Let's get you to the infirmary.
Are you sure it's okay to be seen helping me?
Why would it not be?
I thought you only extended your kindness to the nobility.
Certainly not. To aid a commoner in need is the most noble endeavor of all. Not only that, but you were injured by my carelessness. It is doubly my duty to assist.
In that case, I'll gladly accept your offer.
Good. There does not appear to be any real swelling, so you should heal swiftly.
Thank you so much for escorting me.
Walking on it will still be unpleasant. Allow me to lend you my shoulder, at least as far as your room.
I feel like a heal spell would have solved that just right then and there. Maybe it's just me.
If you're still offering to help, then I can't say no.
There you are, safe and sound. I will take my leave.
Thank you again, Lawrence. You know, I think I've learned something about you.
What is that?
In truth, it's not that you only extend your kindness to noble women. It's that you can't even see us of lower birth.
Excuse me?
You and I have been together all this time, but never once did you look me in the eye.
I hadn't noticed. But you will have to excuse any perceived rudeness. As the heir to House Gloucester, I have a duty. I must ask you to forget about me. Farewell.
Forget about him? What could that possibly mean?
I don't remember if I got that one when we did the lions. Because, like, I basically stole Thyrsus from Lawrence and then left him on the bench without doing anything else with him. So I don't know if I actually had time to build any of the supports with the lions, but I don't really remember that conversation.
Hey, Raphael. You heard a train?
Hey, Caspar! You work your muscles almost as much as I do.
Of course. Everyone knows that if you skip a day, you lose 3 days of work.
Ain't that the truth? Let's get to it then.
That's probably enough for today.
You might be right. I'm exhausted.
You know, I really envy you, Raphael. You're huge.
I know I'm big. Everyone knows that. What are you talking about?
I'm not very big, but I've always wanted to be. That's why I train so much. I've grown a bit in the last 5 years, but I'm still not even close to you. I just don't know how to bulk up.
Is that all? I know how to fix that.
Really? You gotta show me.
Follow me.
Just eat the entire dining hall.
Huh? You just led me to the dining hall.
Hey, Math Magician, you didn't know the two Punchy Boys have a support. You know what? I didn't either. This is not a support I was actually working towards, so the fact that it showed up surprised me. Hey, Nate.
That's right. Now sit down and eat up.
We're just gonna eat?
Yep. Eating's the best way to get bigger. You gotta eat, and you gotta train. Doing both enough, and you're sure to grow.
Well, I always thought I was a pretty big eater, but maybe I wasn't eating enough? Or not often enough?
Given Linhart's assessment, yeah, Casper was a pretty big eater. He just, I guess, doesn't have the genes for it.
Probably both. Look at my plate compared to yours. Now this is a meal.
Whoa, your plate looks like a mountain. If that's what I gotta do, then I'm gonna eat until I can't anymore. I'll eat until there's no food left.
That's the spirit. Come on, let's go clear out the pantry.
Okay, I guess we are just gonna eat the whole dining hall. Support doesn't work that well post-time skip. Yeah, it kinda doesn't. Although, it's interesting because Casper actually had a line for after the time skip that I assume gets added. So, I wonder if the devs realize that and they're like, let's try to flavor this a little bit if it's after the time skip.
Let's do it. I'm gonna eat till I can't move.
Man, there's so much weird stuff in here we never actually touched on in previous playthroughs.
Oh, Ignatz, what are you sighing over?
Sorry, I shouldn't sigh in such a holy place.
There's nothing wrong with it. I sigh here all the time. The goddess receives all our prayers and our sighs. What's bothering you? I'd be happy to talk about it if you'd like.
Oh, it's nothing. Not worth talking about.
Is that so? Am I not worth talking to?
That's not what I meant. Sorry to offend you. I'll tell you about it. I'm just uncertain about my future. My father wants me to be a knight. I don't think I can handle it. Can you imagine a knight as pathetic as me?
I don't find you pathetic at all. Is there something you would rather pursue?
Ignatz, have you seen your body count from the previous map? I mean, it's not as big as Leonie's, but come on.
Well, I've always loved painting.
You want to become an artist? How wonderful!
What's your ambition?
Me? I simply want to help people with their troubles. Those who can't help themselves. I've considered working for the church, but that's only a vague idea. Oh, I'm sorry. We were supposed to be discussing your troubles.
Not at all. I'm actually feeling a little better. Knowing that you aren't sure about your future, I don't feel quite so alone.
You know, thinking on it, this is actually a pretty natural pair as far as supports go, like bringing up this topic here, the uncertainty. Because they're basically birds of a feather. You're not pathetic at all. I always viewed you as being more as being pitiable. Yikes. Is that you imagining the mean Mercy coming out?
Everyone in this world feels a little lost, you know? I really do believe that the life of an artist is a wonderful dream to pursue. There was a beautiful painting of the goddess in the church where I used to live. Whenever times were difficult, I would stare up at her and sigh. Thinking about that painting helps me even now.
I've always wanted to paint the goddess.
You should. I'm sure your painting will help someone else in their time of need.
I can't paint anything powerful enough to do that. I wish I could. Maybe one day. I'll give that some thought. Thank you, Mercedes.
Wanting that. So you painted a thing, or I guess doodled a thing, for a girl who's kept it since childhood. I think you already qualify for having something that powerful. And no mercy. Yes. Maybe one of these times... I guess maybe if we do a Blue Lion support playthrough with the DLC stuff, for the memes, we'll do a Warquake Mercy or something. Oops. I accidentally bumped. Okay.
You know,
Fixed.
Hilda, I really appreciate how open-minded you are.
Oh? How do you mean?
People usually try to hold me back when I get into a fight. Not you, though. I like that about you.
I like that you let me pick fights without thinking about it.
What was it again? You like a good fight? Yeah, I remember it now.
Man, actually, this is funny too. With Hilda as our dancer, it's like she's basically encouraging everyone to just go get into fights. You're gonna type out Warquack Merce. Let's make your name ironic. I don't know if it's actually gonna be good, but we could, yeah, we could work our way to Aura Knuckles and try to force it to be good.
I'm not sure where you got that from. I try to avoid conflict of all kinds.
That can't be right. You complimented my fighting. Said you were smitten by it.
Well, if you really must know, I want to live freely, with nothing tying me down, so your uninhibited attitude does appeal to me.
Interesting. I mean, it makes sense, like, the way Hilda behaves, but I didn't think she'd come out and be quite this candid. Just Mortal 7. Lysithea one-rounded nemesis with Aura Knuckles. I could see it, but the question is, how much setup did you need for that?
You don't let rules hold you back. You do things your way and no one else's.
That makes sense. I guess I am pretty impressive. You're really amazing too, you know that?
Oh, me? Amazing? Shucks. I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
I think most people like to force their ideas on everyone else. They'll tell someone off if they don't like how the other person is living. Try to make them change even if they don't want to.
Hey, Caspar, weren't you the one in the previous support screaming at people to stop it and then running in to fight them? Mercedes punch out the Death Knight with Ornagles. Man. We're really gonna have to try to make that happen if we do that Blue Lions run, aren't we? Because bonus is, we should get, at least I assume IS would at least put in a Mercy versus Death Knight conversation, so we can get that at the same time. Was Fuss set up in Swordmaster by Scythia astroing him instead? Like an order of magnitude less effort? Huh. Yeah, I guess Warquark really helps with that, doesn't it? Because Swordmaster, yeah, I could definitely see being tougher to work with at the other. Casper really has some form of double standard going on. Yeah, and I don't know if he's quite aware of it either. He's just like... I guess that's probably part of just acting with your gut 100% of the time. Gotta remember, it's all relative for Triabolical. I mean... Yeah, I guess if it's funny enough, some stuff is worth doing. It's kind of like how I did an entire playthrough of Radiant Dawn to try to put together a unit that could beat the Black Knight in Part 3. Just because. People shouldn't meddle in other people's ways of life. Unless I think they're committing wrongdoing. Yes. Some memes take investment, some memes are a commitment, some memes, it's an entire lifestyle. Higher effort LTC memes are gaining traction. Oh, really? So you're doing LTC, and I'm assuming you don't mean the meme version large turn count. While just trying to style on your opponent. No meme will ever be more powerful than Dancer to do. You know, the AI has tried that a couple of times too, in our runs. Don't you just use a hammer for Burger King? Yeah, I mean, you do that, but you also have to have a unit that's capable of doubling them. So, for that run, I just, like, fed all the experience I could into Boyd. So that he'd actually be able to not lose to the Black Knight. Especially since he's attacking with weapon triangle disadvantage with that hammer. Because I didn't actually do it on hard, so... To give you an indication of how long ago that was. And I think I might have... On that run, I might have also stolen someone's Nihil to transfer over. I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since I did it. But, like, I was that afraid of Eclipse. Or I guess rather, I didn't want to go through all that effort in the battle and then have to redo the map each time to try to do that if you procced Eclipse. Although, if I'm also remembering correctly, he still had listed crit, which was a little scary. Yes, I believe that is the same Tribalical who posts Crazy 3 Houses videos.
You're different, though. You let people live however they want. There aren't a lot of people like you in the world.
Oh, stop. You're going to make me blush. No one's ever paid me so many compliments.
Come on, really?
My big brother liked to tell me how lazy and careless I was. I've gotten scolds aplenty, but compliments, I'm not accustomed to.
That's surprising. But I don't think you should let it bother you so much. You shouldn't let anyone change you, or else you'll end up losing the qualities that make you so great.
I suppose you're right. Wow. Thanks, Caspar.
Caspar, the oblivious sweet talker.
We should live our own lives and stop worrying about others' opinions.
Alright, I guess that was the last one, so... I'm surprised we built up so many supports with Caspar there. Especially since he just sat around as an adjutant, so... That would be, I guess, a lot of really indirect support gain. The meme low turn count clears require meme large turn count ox battles. Why am I not surprised?
Though plans to resist the Empire are still being devised by the Alliance Army, the Imperial Army has already anticipated their next move. An Imperial vanguard just outside Garreg Mach, led by General Randolph, begins to advance with the aim of toppling the monastery once again.
You know, you commenting about that on the meme low turn counts requiring large turn count ox battles kind of reminds me of what people did with Valentia. Alright, Alright, we get 11 deployment slots here. Where are we deploying them? I mean, super easiest answer is just put out another healer and have Mercy. I might do that, cause like, it's not like Caspar is likely to be able to do that much. I guess he's got 26 strength, that's not bad, but... I don't know, I probably wouldn't do much fighting with him just cause like, he doesn't have hit plus 20, so... Even with Warren Fighter, I'd be a bit skeptical. So I'll keep him adjutanted. Let's see. I guess we're also working on Petra and Bernie for their prologue. Ferdinand will want to get some investment too as well, but he's really far down the line. Yeah, so I guess it's just Bernie and Petra, so let's see. Petra... Is Petra with Ignatz? Bernie with Wrath? Sure, why not? It's a little bit of a weapon type mismatch. Granted, I guess Raph actually does use his bows somewhat often. So we might see an attack from Bernie, maybe. Unlikely, but it could happen. So the same for Petra. Or I guess, I mean, not quite the same for Petra, but we might see, but probably not. Is I think you have to use a normal attack, so an Ignatz is going to be largely using Ender's Volley. Randolph, time to kill him again. Yep. Yeah, well, I mean, this route his younger sister, well, I guess, how would she have heard about Devitra trying to torture Randolph? But I guess apparently somehow that gets back to her, so maybe that's why she decides she needs to destroy Dimitri. You want to do another non-new game Silver Snow run and try to recruit Hilda. That's that sounds like a queerly fun time. I wish you well with it. Man, poor Randolph. No one remembers how to spell his name, no one remembers who he is even. Although, I guess to be fair, this guy is basically like Caspar's disposition, except he's older, so he should know better. We could repair the iron bow or we could swap it. Oh yeah, I also want to, because we're dealing with a ton of brush here. I need to go back to Assassin.
I hope to master this quickly.
You already have mastered it. Okay, Hilda can put all these away. She doesn't need to be holding them. Yeah, alright, we'll swap with Ignatz. Since Ignatz is carrying around 2 full iron bows, basically. Alright, pointless for Leonie to have. Well, I'm sure. Yeah, there's no bow breaker, so it's kind of pointless for her to have the axes. So let's give her all the bows. Does not need to hold that. That's a bulbous thing if we do anything with it. Actually, I guess we actually want the. Do we want the training gauntlets? Actually, do I have training? I thought I had training gauntlets. Oh wait, I've got it on here. Okay, that's why. I thought I traded it away for some reason. Because, like, that axe is just, like, conspicuously in there. So I thought I needed to drop them for the chest key. Alright, maybe we should actually give him, like, steel gauntlets or something. In case he needs the extra.
Welcome.
Or maybe we do silver? Because if we're going for extra oomph, we might as well go all out. Yeah, sure.
Is that the one? Is that the
Let's
one?
go silver.
Thanks a bunch. Come back.
Okay, so now the question is, how does Balthus's protection actually compare against the enemies here? Because he's at 40 now. Yeah, most of these enemies actually... Like, the Pegasus Knights of all things are dealing 5 times 2. But I guess the sniper is 7. Or it does 7 damage. Same with the paladins. Of course, we don't want them anywhere near the mages. Fortress knights. And of course, the warriors. But the warriors are no real surprise that they've got a lot of attack. So because this is all... all brush, there's some temptation to run Raph here too, but I don't know if he's ready, because we haven't got on Fierce Iron Fist yet. At least I don't think we have. Yeah, he's... a fair few combats short. You should hack this game to replace Randall's entire family with Koopa Kids. See if anyone even notices the difference. What? Randolph, Lemmy Cooper, they both have the same amount of relevance to the story for you. Just give P-axes and 30 charm. Easy. You got B and C in the same day. So we're just like holding a bag full of Hilda's favorite stuff. So 51 attack. It's a little shy. It almost kills the Armor Knight. That does remind me. Maybe we want to use the rapier. Raph could conceivably do things here. So yeah, I guess we do Raph, Ignat's Pilot. Quad's kind of slow, but not slow enough that it's a problem. At least against the unpromoted enemies, the paladins are pretty beefy. But we probably won't get super aggressive here just yet. So I want to clear out this front line. And then do stuff. Actually, it'd probably be perfect for Balthus just to run over here and bait these three enemies into Unga-Bungaing out down. Then Quad and Leone deal with these guys, and then once these guys are way out of position, Quad and Leone eat them. It's not really anyone to take advantage of extra stride here. I guess we have Mercy do it. So that frees Marianne up to do other things if she needs to. You wonder what happened in Crimson Fire 14 if you had Hilda deployed? Isn't that impossible? You know, I didn't realize that you recruit Annette and Winhart in the same way as people do Hilda, Brad. Or that Knight did Hilda. End up with so many flowers in a normal run that doesn't forbid gardening that pushing a person to B with 28 flowers is actually possible. Man, and to think I had all those flowers sitting around in previous runs. Probably use dining more than most people. I mean, I think a lot of people use dining a lot. It's like almost the default activity. You got lucky this time. With an A, you picked up the C support through mission assistance. The same month you pushed to B, and Linhart was from nothing to B in the last month. Well, every bit helps, right?
The Knights of Seros are a powerful enemy, but we have more soldiers. We'll take them down all at once.
So, the enemy intends to use their overwhelming numbers to defeat us. Let's fight fire with actual fire.
Let's commit war crimes. Yay!
Report. The enemy has entered the periphery of Garreg Mach.
If they reach the interior, the enemy will take the monastery. Drive them back immediately.
So I remember to mark those. I keep track of those.
My orders?
I should have moved this knowledge gem to someone else.
At your service.
Let's make this quick.
Can't wait to get that uncanny blow.
I will not die yet.
Because 93 is relatively certain. I guess with 93 twice is very soon, but still. It's not guaranteed.
At the ready.
When I do enough fighting that eventually it's gonna be a problem for me.
I fought and won.
Actually, can we just run around a curve shot here? Almost. We could do that two range. I guess it doesn't matter that much. In fact. Okay, we don't have 100% accuracy with the steel bow, but... Man, you know what? Who needs point blank volley when you just double a Pegasus Knight? It's not a war crime if we write the rules, indeed. It's burden enough of our people to scare off the bad guys. By bad guys, you mean not us. Exactly. It's actually touched on war crimes a bit. Shame they didn't dive deeper and tackle more of it. Yeah, it really is. It's because I guess Garon was too busy being a cackling villain for that to be a thing, unfortunately.
For Gerald!
For Gerald. Actually, so 33. How much did we... That's being the way. 41 against 33. So Leone still got a pretty good buffer with that darting bow. I probably should have positioned my Scythia a little closer so that Lauren... Well, it's not a lot of her... Or not Lauren, so that Hilda could have danced here, but... Oh well.
Shall we?
You know what, I might do this. Reposition Cloud a bit closer.
Sorry.
So we shuffle
Shall we?
Lauren's here. Actually, let's pull this is what it look like. So 11 plus 8, 19. I mean, not that it would be a problem. The Pegasus Knight could crit him twice and it would still be okay.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, alright, can we do all three without them body walking each other? Well, I guess they have Kanto, so they'll sort of move out of the way.
Leave it to me.
He does quad, so we can just brute force our way through, I guess, if we wanted to.
Steady now.
It's the training mode as it. Actually, I think Ignatz is boost here to let Raph get or
no mercy.
two-shot. Yeah, it definitely does.
Sorry it's gotta be like this. Gotta get
no
stronger.
strength. Raph. Come on, man. Well, that's some thick defense. Big issue with heavy stories is that prevents tackling war crime, or big issue with heavy stories that prevents tackling war crimes is a lack of neutral territories that are developed and could reasonably step in. This is true. Although, I guess Fates tries to have it so that it looks like the neutral territories might be able to step in, but then, yeah, we don't really know their military power or anything. Raph's starting to fall behind. Nah. He just... I mean, it's a precarious situation where he needs to keep gaining strength to keep his lead. So it always makes me a little nervous when he misses it, but he's been keeping up most of the time. He would have liked Geralt, Ray, and Sothis to be playable characters. I don't know how Sothis would have worked, but Geralt definitely feels like he was set up to potentially be a playable character, since you can gain support points with him and all that. But
What's my strategy?
then it didn't work out, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if it was they didn't have time, or they decided that Geralt wasn't necessary. Or I guess maybe they decided that, for whatever reason, it was more important to kill him, so that they cut him from the roster. Man, I don't think this will kill this guy. Yeah. Our Violet's a speedster, so I didn't think one-shotting was going to be on the table. Is this night reach? Okay, we can set up some impregnable wall shenanigans with Raph. This side's probably okay with Mercedes healing. Actually, I doubt Violet's side really needs that much any help, but
I'll do my best.
Mercedes, or not Mercedes, Marianne's got the range to probably just sit in the middle here and be okay.
What? That strange battle flag is... But isn't our enemy the Church of Seros?
They didn't have enough soldiers with just the church, so they upped their numbers by joining with those filthy rogues. It doesn't matter what flag they fly. They're nothing more than a mob. We'll destroy them all.
Yeah, filthy rogues is an interesting way to look at the alliance, I guess, is what he's referring to. It's not really anything roguish about them. Oh, they're conveniently advancing here.
Allied soldiers are making preparations for the plan. Protect them.
Ignatz might have some issues moving around. Okay, same deal here. Oh, damn it, the church soldier's in the way, so we can't actually do it that way.
Should have seen that coming.
Well, it kind of looks like Bernie is on track to have an enclosure for Pairwalk when it comes up. Sothis is good in this game as a unit, really. I wonder how they were gonna make that work story-wise. You still have Sothis playable if you're willing to hack your Switch. Or if you play Heroes. Cool, so we can use that to pull the Pegasus knights without being in range of this guy. We can do it impregnable walls, so we take no damage, or next to no damage. We'll just do this and finish with Violet. Magic.
I found strength in adversity.
Man, maybe I should get him a magic bow. Actually, I could probably advance Violet a little more too, because we don't really need the... I guess we probably want the wall on Ignatz, because he'll be moving into onager range. Okay. I moved him far ahead. I guess I'll end up warping Leonie down. I actually have the range. I guess we can get extra range if we go beside her and then canto away. sure we have enough damage. Silver bow. 57. I think that's gonna be gross overkill. Maybe not quite gross overkill. That's 26 twice. Still kills him cleanly. And 3 to avoid, which should... With hit plus 20, that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, 153 hit. Okay, so we just need to make sure we clean up everything else here. Both of his damage is kind of not great. So we might wait one more turn? Question mark? Actually, no. Lawrence can take that, and then... Blood, and then... Although, someone needs to get rid of this one. We do have this cavalry coming in, so maybe we wait a couple more turns. We're not in a huge rush anyway. Because we're gonna have the Falcons up here too next turn. So I think we just deal with these guys. He's up here. And then we'll eventually execute the warp attack. Just not right now.
I'll tolerate no obstacle.
Too far out. But I guess we could just dance.
We're all desperate, aren't we? Thanks for that.
Sword Ignats. We haven't trained his swords at all, though. And yeah, we're deploying Mercedes because we have the extra slot, so it's like, well, put the spare healer in, I guess. Okay, how are these Falcons hit? Not that much harder, so Welthus could easily bait them. Not that we should have to.
I fought and won.
It's an option, I guess. Nice level.
time to slow down.
Thanks, Belle.
Okay, we do have the issue of, like, it takes Bulbous forever to get anywhere, but besides that... Oh yeah, I guess we already did that change. I don't think we're gonna use all of Marianne's physics, so just use it for free experience.
So nice of you.
Appreciate that.
We should. These are just Pegasus Knights. Yeah. So Violet should have no trouble doubling them. Okay, we have Retribution on it. It's like, I'm pretty sure I put a utility on it, but I didn't really remember what. If we wanted to be particularly aggressive here, we'd actually hit this pack here with Quad's Gambit, and Warp way down for the kill here, and then swing upward. Straddle on reach, so easy enough to do.
Sorry.
With like extremely inefficient use of stride, but when we got 4, does it matter though? Actually, since this is an arrow gambit, this might just straight kills the Poké Knight.
Stops. Sorry, but I must.
could be more aggressive about this if they want. Actually, out of curiosity, we can one-shot him with Agni's arrow. I kind of like that.
Our quarrel wasn't personal.
Look at that, Loren's using the big spells for a one-shot, finally. Do this, we can fork both of those. Oh wait, I think I didn't factor in Deathblow, so I think this actually should kill him. This massively overkills the Iron Plus. This poor guy. Very, very dead.
How about a curtsy?
You know what? Why not? Go both it.
Thanks for that.
Sometimes you just gotta spread your Fortress Knight over and curve shot a flyer. For the lulls.
I still have a long way to go.
Man, Hilda making me feel bad. It's like, make her the dancer and she starts getting 5-point levels all the time, every time. Yeah, I didn't plan for an 11th. Sorry for the late reply. Because, like, we don't always get that slot anyway, so it's kind of like whoever needs training for their Verilog, I guess. Yeah, we're steamrolling. Which is nice. So I think some of my early runs were a little bit iffier on this map. Need to make a stupid video of this map, I don't even have any ideas. Something silly but really effective. Like Edelgard rages to death on the dancer, or was it the quadding the Death Knight by stealing? Maybe finish the map and be as pacifistic as possible. Or pacifist as possible. What happens if you get the boss the retreat tells the boss disappear? That's a good question. I have no idea. I would assume no. But I don't know. Maybe they programmed it in, because I guess they could have had it so if you whittle the guy's retreat and then maybe after that Randolph decides to retreat instead of charging you, they would have had to program him leaving in, but like honestly, I've never experimented with this map that much, so that's a very good question.
I fought and won.
Since this map is kind of characterized by the fire, I wonder if you could find something stupid to do around that. But I guess the enemy's retreating doesn't really leave a ton of room. Okay. Oh, I guess we're just gonna crit into. Alright. We're gonna crit while impregnable walls up. Man, this guy's actually got a lot of crit, but, you know, funny thing about Ignatz is he's got a lot of luck, so a straight onager shot's not gonna kill him. Like, seriously. 42 crit wide. It's a shame he's otherwise kind of a paper bag. Actually, that's what I should do at some point. Recruit Ignatz and make him like a fortress knight or something. So he's got all the durability, and he'll have 40-some crit wide, so he never has to worry about getting killed because he charged into the enemy. You bait him onto the tile. Yeah, I've never baited him onto the tile before, so I'm not really sure. Unless you're asking me to do it. But I don't think he's gonna do anything until the fate of the remaining soldiers is decided. So, at the very least, I think before that, him stepping on the tile would probably do nothing. But I don't know. Don't know for sure. Clean heavy volley.
Still alive.
That's a lot of damage. If I have Wrathman up here, he's okay, right? He's got 24. Sure, he's got how much more than... Even if he did... even if he was vulnerable to crit chance and got shot at, Wrath's actually super bulky, so he'd survive the crit. So I guess I could just run up and preserve Ignis' health just in case. Although I'm not sure it would matter that much.
I must lead them well.
You know what? It's worth authority. Why not?
Well done.
Alright, poor Balthus. That's probably gonna be like the one thing he does all map, basically. Actually, I guess it's gonna wear this Vulcan in. Either that or we wear this one. That one in with him. It probably doesn't matter which.
desperate, aren't we?
If he had more movement, we could get into the middle so he fights both of them.
The weak fall, the strong live.
But yeah, he's a little short there. If I move him forward, this Merc's gonna come after him too. And I might body block the Pegasus Knight or Falcon. Although, actually, we can just remove that. We can remove that as an issue. Maybe.
It's done.
Alright, so definitely. The Sirens need... Well, I guess he technically doesn't need it, but it can't hurt to have more reroll. So, let's hit this barricade. Plus it helps, Crusaders here. Or Marianne, I guess, if I want to bring that over. Crusaders is on the left, so she doesn't care as much.
Sorry.
I'm gonna dance Lawrence to move him back closer to the front line, but I think I'd rather have Hilda further up. Seems the case. So we're just gonna do that. And then Marianne, I guess Marianne, if she's in the middle, she should be able to reach to help here if they need it anyway. So it's probably not a big deal. Lawrence gains support points. You smashed that fence, Marianne. It's sure deserved it. Yeah, Baldur's be a good face tank, but he's having issues with his damage, which is concerning. Because, like, he can bait things, and then he's kind of useless for actually killing stuff. So I'm not sure what I want to do about that. Granted, I guess Flyers at least he has the bow, so that inflates his attack a decent amount. But otherwise, like, against cavalry, it's like... yeah, good luck, Balbus. What's with Lancebreaker too? Can't touch Wrath. Is not actually killing. This is also a fortress name, so... not actually killing him with that either. Probably should have brought a bit of extra or heavier armor sliding here to rapier's not quite enough. I guess Ignat's gonna attack from here. Be fine. Actually, no, what? I can reach this guy over here. It's dumb, but I kind of want to do it, even though like it's not perfect hit rates. We can just fire over the wall. So the main issue about me not wanting to 2-hit KO or 2-round this guy is that he's liable to get his Defiant defense up. It's not quite perfect. Good try it anyway.
Let me paint you a picture.
Because like, if it failed, then we just sit here with impregnable wall one more turn. And it's like, whatever. Ooh, strength.
War fuels my body and mind.
So maybe Petra won't
Just
be
like that.
completely useless on her paralogs. I kind of neglected her a bit. Evolve as a killer axe so he can maybe counter kill stuff. Well, the problem is that his damage is pretty low, so like 40 attack. I guess with a killer that's like 44 attack. He might do like 3/4 of a bulky in itself. Yeah, he hits with a double crit. It's what he does. But now, because of that positioning, I think Raph should be able to 1 round. Yeah. Like, man, that boosts bond boost. It's pretty good. Just like straight up. Muscle through this guy's... What is his prot even? Yeah, 39 prot. Raph doesn't care. He's gonna break you.
Can't afford to lose.
I guess we can make our way through the bush. Although I think, we might get some Falcos coming, or Pegasi coming at some point. So we'll probably pull back and come through the middle here once his Sword Mastery is in place. Yeah, punching through full plate armor with the power of friendship. Don't you know? It's the power that slays gods. Oh man, Lauren's so close to killing this guy. 48 with Agni's arrow. If we had rally magic, we could actually let him do it, but we don't. At least I don't think we do. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have Ingrid on the field, who'd be, I think, the only person other than Hanneman that knows rally magic for us. This even does, like, his curve shot here, he does what, like 23. It's still not enough to kill that Falco. Oh well. I mean, the important part is we just keep advancing him and using him as bait. And everyone else can kill stuff. I guess let's get... Seems like a waste to use Leonie on that one, but... Actually, you know, Balthus could take the kill on this guy, I think. Yeah, because Lorenz weakens him and then Balthus finishes him. It's perfect! Wait, I guess... Oh, yeah, I guess he's got Hilda bumping him up now. Hilda and Claude bumping his damage up now. Never mind, we're going for the Lorenz one-shot. It's too juicy.
Thought you could best me?
Make a difference?
Alright, let me get up to Balthus by letting him shoot this fuck out. Actually, if we keep not giving him kills, it's gonna maybe be a little bit of a problem getting him to break.
I fought and won.
On the plus side, lots and lots of weapon experience.
Timing!
Ah yes, live to serve. On the unit that will get one-rounded. We leave her in range of anything.
Cut! Thanks, Belle.
No, they can. I just didn't see the line. Okay, so they can't crit him, and they both hit for not that much. I guess this guy would quad him for a whole 16 damage. Oh, I guess this guy's actually got listed crit. Or would he? No, now it's special dance in play. 23 crit avoid. Actually, with Special Dance, he almost has enough attack speed to not get doubled. At least by Silver Lance, dude. Why is this guy out? Oh, he's got weight -3. This guy's cheating a little compared to his buddy. Well, you know, you can't kill both of us, so... Try however you like.
Thank you.
It's a shame she couldn't quite reach Wrath. All of it with that cheeky dodge. I love it. Out there, aggroing.
We're prepared for the fire attack. Now we just need to draw the enemy's attention. You can't defeat us with that many soldiers? The Imperial Army is doomed without a capable general.
Quiet! Don't think you'll get away with mocking me. Attack! Make sure they never speak again!
Now!
Fire! Ah! It burns! Save me!
A fire attack! The damage is too great! We can't fight anymore! All units retreat! I'll take on our pursuers! Carry away the injured soldiers!
If we let them escape, they'll come back to attack later. We have to take them out.
Actually, along the thought of Randall being able to be baited onto there, he's also just a general. So, could also use something like no, not disturbance. That one that pushes the enemy back to shove him onto the retreat tile. Actually, there you go. If you're still here, Tribolical, that could be your dumb thing. If Randolph actually reacts to being on the retreat tile, you can use a gambit to shove him onto it. Quad with an insult bordering dangerously close to know you, and somehow it works. Well, let's be fair here. Randolph was never a very good general, so I think he's a bit touchy on the subject. And also it works because he's not a great general. Okay, so unfortunately the reinforcements didn't come down. So that's kinda annoying. However, we can fix that with Claude once again dropping his super overpowered battalion on them. Let's see, so he needs... Yeah, this is even overkill striding like this, but... You're about to test the HPD save. Aha.
I'll try to put this to use.
Thanks for that.
Well, if it does produce something funny, I would love to see you just shove him onto it with a knockback gambit. Or you could also do, if you wanted to be cheeky, you could also use like assembly to pull him out here and then lure behind him to throw him onto it. Honestly, if he fell for something like that, leaving a note on the door saying no one is home. Stop retreating yourself. Stop retreating yourself. Yes, as we send the general onto the pink tile and into oblivion. And on Blue Lions, doesn't Gilbert say something that's like not any better to lure them out? And same with... Actually, who does it on Silver Snow? Is that Seta? Easiest thing to do is to get him to move and then make sure he can only attack you on a retreat tile. I mean, you could do that, but wouldn't it be funnier to just ping-pong him around? So it does. Alright, so I was remembering. It's been a while. Or remembering correctly. Alright, so the upshoot of the stride tier 2 makes it so that all my other units who are grounding units would have trouble on the moving around in the fire can suddenly go wherever
time
they
for a
please.
secret scheme.
Almost wherever they please. It should be enough to get
Sorry,
kills here.
but I must.
Alright, Mercedes doesn't really do much. She might be better off if she can actually reach Raph here to heal him. Well, I guess we'll move Raph up and then he can be healed.
I'm not dying here.
I guess magic bow. I guess we use a dark spikes here. Is that even necessary? Do we double with Nos? What?
I will not die yet.
Our quarrel wasn't personal.
Nice, we're magic.
I can exceed this.
It's actually a really good level for him. Hey, look guys, it's that stinky General Randolph. Randolph is immediately triggered. But of course. If you were the writer for Silver Snow, it'd just be by with an ellipses, and Randolph, the same reaction. I mean, I dig it. Alright, so Assassin does not get the better movement here. But is it, I don't know if it's any better going through the trees. Because these guys are all covering the flank, so... I mean, I guess we don't take damage for standing on the fire tiles.
Sorry.
Of course, he'll lose half that again next turn, but whatever. I guess I should probably concentrate a bit more on getting rid of these mages too.
How about a curtsy?
Alright, I guess we didn't get both the ceiling here. Although there's no danger of him dying. Man, this guy is... Or I guess it's because of the hammer if I was trying to use it. This guy's a buff and he's doubles Vulpus if he uses a hammer though. But that doesn't really matter. Because Vulpus will take 8 damage. We'll put him into King of Grappling range. So that 4 becomes 0. And then I guess Vulpus does 36 damage, but whatever. Or I guess they'll be negated by this guy attacking with Armored Blow. But, you know. Might is less than 25? Yeah. Sometimes I get it confused with the Heroes version. Because the Heroes version is a little bit laxer on the threshold. So I like to double check.
Out of luck.
There we go, Balthus got another kill. And strength, nice.
Arms can't get much bigger.
This is a bit of a mess. These Fortress Knights aren't really going anyway. But we want to get rid of the Paladin, this Fortress Knight, and these two.
For the future of Fodlan.
And the double hit plus 20 from Ignatz is just so funny sometimes.
Just a scratch.
This guy's got a Tomahawk. surprised I went Mage, but both its also has 46 prot, so it's like.
Won that fast.
We got another kill for Vulpes. He's racking him up despite his somewhat questionable attack at times. Almost a full heal. Right. Actually, I guess he doesn't take chip from me. Well, he would take chip from this guy. Yeah, all the Silver Axe ones, if they got close enough. So we don't want to let his health get too low. Even as funny as King of Grappling is. For a solid 22 ring, that's... For a not really nice ref.
I'll tolerate no obstacle.
Alright, good night, Nate. Thanks for watching. Now we can sleep. Assassin Pilot as an experience hack? What?
You lost that one.
I guess Raph doesn't get to do anything now because I killed his target. Well, in that case, ha! Healing focus, because why not?
Got yourself killed.
Exact kill and steal here.
I'm not dying here.
Apologies.
You need to take out the one on the back.
I will not die yet.
Advantage Wrath either next to Assassin Pilot, Isle of Cat's Blessing, and then watch the map get clean with more experience. That's pretty funny. Oh man.
Thanks, pal.
Even though I'm not much of a Wrath Vantage user, which, come to think of it, is a little bit funny. So when I played, or in the early days of either raids and heroes, I was pretty big on running bandage shenanigans. And like my primary bandage user might as well have been a bandage rat.
Thank you.
Yes, and I guess the pilot's actually not going to do much because she's over in the bush. You think you were hurting Baltus, but you're really making him stronger through weapon experience. Foolish fool.
Oh yeah!
Imagine actually
Sounds
getting
like a
used
brawl.
to the hammer in 3 houses. Horns of 1 tile short. Well, I guess we're gonna use our dance on him, because why not? It's not. So yeah. I mean, Lysithia would kill him too, without the dance, but oops. Well, so much for that. We could, do stupid things to fix it if we want. That. That.
That helps.
There we go.
Too close for my liking.
Granted, I guess that doesn't really help Lawrence with his, not having a riding problem. I mean, he needs to get to level 30 eventually. And he's actually doing pretty good damage at this point, so I'd like to not have him fall behind any further. And so now Randolph and Schmoes are gonna
Thank
They're gonna get blasted.
A total loss. But we can't just return home like this.
Teach, look out! They're after your head!
Damn it. Forgot that has to play the regen one character at a time. Surprising nits.
I took care of it. Timing.
Randolph never bothered to bring a ranged weapon. Because of course he didn't.
Alright, who's next?
Teach, look out, they're coming for your head. The enemy charges straight into us. Yep. Coming right for our head. Just, no one said they were doing it smartly.
Appreciate that.
But I guess they technically are indeed coming for our head. A whole 4 damage from both us. Alright, both us. That'll be fun.
I've got no time for mercy.
We actually don't deal that much damage. Although he doesn't really have. He doesn't one-shot us, and his hit rate is hilariously pathetic anyway. He's immune to actual instant death effects, right? Yes. But we're still gonna assassinate him anyway because it's funny. Alright, so it's 18. $42. 63. That's still not good enough.
For my house, for justice, I will not be defeated!
Yes, for justice. Actually, we're getting Claude's charm bonus now, so that should be significantly higher. Okay, I guess you can attack on combatter. It's a good try, Caspar. I like how Randolph didn't even move when Caspar missed there. Alright, takes no advantage on him, so this is safe despite the listed crit. Although, actually, it'd be safe regardless because he's got no hit. Even if he had advantage. Rip Randolph.
Mother, please. I'm so...
stronger than before.
Interesting level.
That's a win for everyone.
Right, if you say so, Casper.
Those Imperial troops are really something. Looks like we'll face a lot of resistance in the future.
Yeah, sure. A lot of resistance. I'm sure, Claude. Claude got MVP. I guess because he dropped ashes on huge groups each time. Well, I guess the second one wasn't super huge, but it still was crippling, especially since it also one-shot the Falco.
Phew, nice work. We won without much incident, thanks to all of you.
Now the enemy knows we're on the move. What do you plan to do?
I intend to ask the Alliance Lords to share some troops with us to bolster our forces.
I will speak plainly. No matter whom we beseech for reinforcements, our envoys will inevitably pass through Gloucester territory. My father is being cautious not to give the Empire a pretext to intervene. Therefore, he is unlikely to allow even envoys to pass through.
That requests reinforcements from the kingdom.
I guess I haven't told you yet, Teach. The kingdom isn't in a position to be sending anyone reinforcements. After losing King Lambert during the tragedy of Dusker, a regent had been handling its politics. But then, there was a bloody coup. The regent and Prince Dimitri both. Apparently the whole family was killed. All bladed territory, including the kingdom capital, is being ruled by those who are cooperating with the Empire. The kingdom is no more. It's now called the Fargus Dukedom. The vast majority of the former kingdom lords bent a knee to the overwhelming power of the Empire and the dukedom, and now fall under their jurisdiction. Some who formerly held power are continuing to resist, but it would be difficult for them to regain it.
Oh hey, I can think of one person who we can ask for reinforcements. Someone whose territory is really close and who's on good terms with Claude.
Ah, the hero of Daphne, I presume. I've seen her before, and she does seem to be reliable.
You're talking about Judith, right? I bet she would lend us a hand.
She seems strong.
That's right, you've met her once before, Teach. She's a fearsome one-woman army. She did a lot for me, even before I was recognized as the heir to House Regan. I don't like the idea of owing her more than I already do, but given the current situation, sacrifices must be made. I'll reach out to her. As for the rest of you, prepare for our next battle. Hey, Teach. How are you feeling? Does anything feel strange at all?
Nothing in particular.
Good. I still vividly remember you suddenly collapsing and passing out after you went through those changes. But maybe that's not a concern now that you've spent 5 long years napping. Your command bringing my schemes to life. That's just how we fight best.
Any word from Judith?
Not yet, but there's no need to worry. That woman adores me. Once we've bolstered our forces, it'll finally be time to start taking decisive action. But I wonder, do you really think Rhea is still alive?
Yeah, probably.
I think so too. It's hard to imagine the death of someone as important as her staying a secret. I wonder where she is and what she's doing.
Do you hope she's alive or do you hope she's dead?
All I know is that I still have a lot of questions I need to ask her. About the true history of Creststones and Heroes' Relics, and the truth behind the legend of Seros and Nemesis. She has secrets. Too many of them for my comfort. Considering the state of the world, it's suspicious. You must be curious about what was done to you and what her plans were for you, right? And you never did learn about your mother, did you? None of our doubts will ever be cleared unless we hear these answers from Rhea herself. In that sense, I absolutely hope Rhea is still alive. But as far as Fodlan goes, I do wonder what a world without Rhea would look like.
A world without Rhea?
The majority of people in Fodlan believe in the Seros faith that Rhea preaches. That's why they accept the noble system as if it were the only option, and refuse to associate with those who believe in anything else. That closed-minded philosophy is the reason why Fodlan's throat is locked tight. But if you remove the archbishop who strictly advocates that doctrine, that worldview is no longer an absolute. There's room for free thought. The leadership of the church would undoubtedly fall to you, and you would hold the power to change the shape of the faith, of the world. Then, for the first time, people would truly be free to think for themselves, to decide what's right and what's wrong. Honestly, I believe Edelgard is probably hoping to achieve something very similar. But her methods require too much bloodshed. That's not something the world can get behind. Anyway, the best thing we can do is find Rhea and hear what she has to say. Oops. I guess I've been going on for a while now. Sorry about that. You should get some rest.
Ansatsu. I mean, the DLC is some weird separate timeline, so yeah, never learned about Citri. Which is never really set right for for me, like that. Sindhu's Shadows like basically does more to develop things, but because it would clash so much with what they wrote for these initial main routes, it's like, you know what, nope, alternate timeline. Which in turn also, again, for me, throws the wolves joining on like such a whim. It throws that, or puts that in. Right, I guess not puts it, but it just doesn't sit right that them joining on a whim is a thing here when like there's the DLC giving them perfectly developed relationships with Byleth, but because of how it's handled, they just have to wipe the board clean. Is the revelations from Sindhu's Shadows would also probably make things like around this intrigue more interesting too. Because otherwise, what with Verdant and Silver Snow, we spend how long in the dark until the last few chapters in which we get an exposition dump? Like, come on.
Part 2. Verdant Wind. Pegasus Moon. Valley of Torment. Having repelled the Imperial Vanguard, the Alliance army requests reinforcements from Judith, head of House Daphno, the governing body in the northwestern regions of Alliance territory.
Thank you for taking so long to learn that.
What? Not enough left for seconds? I'm barely half full!
You eat too much anyways, Raphael. Supplies are running low, so you're just gonna have to deal with it.
You've always been so level-headed, Cyril. Now that you've grown up, you're even more that way.
Maybe it's just that the rest of you haven't grown enough. You could work harder at being reliable.
I can't grow if I can't eat.
I have some good news for my hungry friends. We got a reply from Judith. Mr. Leaderman has called a meeting about it. Hurry up, everyone.
We finally received a reply from Judith. The hero of Daphnel has agreed to support us with soldiers and supplies.
She's gonna give us food? She really is a hero.
Maybe Raphael will simmer down now.
Now, regarding where we're going to receive the delivery.
As this is a request from none other than the leader of the Alliance, I wish that I could send troops at once. However, openly marshaling soldiers within my territory could provoke other members of the Alliance. Therefore, I will secretly gather troops in Aelel, the Valley of Torment. Will your group be able to receive the soldiers at this location? From there, it should be safe to return to the monastery by following the border between the Alliance and the Kingdom.
You know, given that Judith revealed this row, like, we were worried about envoys before. We could have sent them along this route. It would definitely be less conspicuous than an army, or I guess 2 armies technically.
Aelel is on the border between Daphnel territory and the Kingdom. It'll make sense when we get there, but it's a peculiar region.
I recall there being a scary legend about it.
In any case, if we use that valley, we shouldn't have to worry about being noticed by other Alliance lords.
Aelel, the Valley of Torment.
I also like how it's a generic soldier spy, and nothing else ever comes of that after we have this leak.
Wow, thanks for inviting me. Oh, wow, thanks. This is lovely. Yep.
You seem well?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Most calls the opera cooking this house. Opera?
Wow.
Yeah. It's like, it's one of the few who likes operas, I think.
Yep.
Thanks for everything.
Wow.
Wow, you thanked me.
No matter what happens in this crazy world, I know I'll be safe if I stay by your side.
Not. Yay.
Thanks for the tea. I hope you'll invite me again.
Alright, Hanneman. Oh, we don't have a chamomile.
My room works better for me, but thank you. Will you drink some? What?
Definitely not first crushes. Cooking or the opera? I guess it's
Indeed.
Cooking mishaps. What? Harriman?
Indeed.
Classes?
I don't think. Indeed.
Which is a weird thing for him. Your research. It didn't work, he killed Constance and didn't poof.
Thank you for a wonderful time, Professor.
I kind of figured so, but it would have been really funny if you could have force something that they had programmed into it intentionally trigger. What do we have for barrels? Oh, right. So the Casper and Mercy. Bernie, Petra, and then Marianne. Of course, we gotta do the Thieves of the Throat too, so... we might not do any paralogs this month. Because what might happen, a good chance is I'm gonna end up going Explore, Battle, Explore. Alright, let's see. Warren's still working on writing, Both is still working on experience, but how did he do? Actually, I guess he's already qualified in Nexus, so it's just... again, I guess we're just waiting on writing for everyone. You can kill him turn 1 and wait out the map for everyone to leave. Well, that's kind of humorous, right? Seems like a decent idea. I think we've done Raft Bernie before, but it's been forever.
Huh? What's that noise? Sounds like someone's having fun. Maybe it's coming from the greenhouse.
That was really fun, Bernie. Good thing I found such an out-of-the-way spot to play. Only the pretty flowers heard me here. Isn't that right, little flower? You're the only one who heard, aren't you? What did you think?
That was amazing!
Why is your voice so deep?
What? I'm no flower.
Oh no. Raphael, you heard it all, didn't you?
I did! What kind of instrument was that? I could hear it all the way over at the training grounds. It was great. I didn't know you could play.
All the way from the training grounds? Oh.
Like, she had to have been aware that she was playing that loudly. Like, that's very loud.
That's right. Then I came here to tell you how good you sounded.
Good. No, I'm on to you. First, you flatter me. Then you get me to perform on stage in front of everyone to humiliate me.
No? But that's a great idea. Everyone should be able to hear your music.
Ah, I knew it! Monster! I won't fall victim to your schemes!
I don't know what just happened, but I think I might have scared her.
Slightly scared. Alright, this is one that we wouldn't have seen before.
Ignatz, I am having a request.
Huh? For me?
Yes, only you can be helping me.
Something only I can do? That's a lot of pressure. What's it about?
I want to borrow your lens. Your glasses. I have curiosity.
Oh, you want to try my glasses? All right.
I have so much gratitude. I will be trying them now.
And then she threw up.
So, Petra, what do you think?
The world appears blurred. Oh, my head feels dizzy.
Whoa, they actually did a different portrait for her with the glasses on. Was not expecting.
The danger for being sick is now very high.
What? Petra, take them off. If you lean on me that hard, I'm going to... Ah! How are you feeling?
I am feeling much better now. You have my thanks.
You're welcome? I guess you shouldn't wear glasses unless you need them.
Yes. I do not have friendliness with glasses. Like heroes' relics, only certain people can be using them.
Glasses are like heroes' relics. What a funny thing to say.
It is not for a joke. I was saying the truth. Your glasses are only for you to use. But I give thanks for you showing them to me.
Petra's always so serious. Relics, glasses. I never thought about it like that.
Oh, this face here, Petra is bae. She was rather cute in that conversation. Petra's perfect for heroes' relics. Certain ones, yes, Aizu. But by the way, since you said you can kill Randolph on turn 1 and let them evacuate, I assume there's like a generic response to Randolph dying early? Or is it that Randolph tells everyone to flee as he dies? I don't think we have any certs we want to do, because Baltus and Lorenz are both waiting. And everyone else is basically where they want to be. Westley, of course, wants to train. Which reminds me... Now that Leonie doesn't need the knowledge gem, we can give that to... Oddly enough, we're gonna give it to Lysithia and swap it in and out. So that we can hopefully get her through Valkyrie as soon as possible.
This could work out for me.
Well, this is pretty funny, because she's got double dark magic range +1 with Thyrsus, so... It's like, yeah, casual 6 range magic, why not? You're read online, you can recruit people without meeting the stat prereqs by achieving a B support. Is that true? Do you need to have a conversation? Yeah, if you get the B support, what happens is there's a small chance for them to try to auto-recruit themselves as the days progress in the calendar. So you can do that to get around the requirements, yes. But it's not guaranteed, so if there's a unit you must have, you're better off targeting the requirements. But if you're okay with just letting them hang out and eventually maybe join, then it's a pretty decent approach. There is no line, soldiers just scream fire and the retreat tiles appear. Wait, so the soldiers scream fire, do the fire tiles actually appear? Or are they just like screaming fire at nothing? Because that's actually really funny if that's what happens. Well, if you guess you gotta slaughter Petra. Ah. You got the last day before Bell of Garrick-Mach. Yeah, there is definitely nothing you can do at that point then. Unless your faculty training would be able to tip you over into meeting the requirements, but I assume that's not the case. It's 10% chance each week. Ah, okay. I didn't realize the community had figured that out, the exact chance. Although I suppose the game's been broken open at this point, so it makes sense that we'd have some of the variables. Oh, if the boss dies first and then you trigger the fire attack. Huh. So they do have a generic line for the fire. Or I guess they just scream fire and Randolph's lines wouldn't play, right? I guess that's a somewhat clever way of setting up the scripting. So it is a nice thing that the post time skip last area tends to be faster because there's fewer people to talk to, even though the loading the abyss takes forever.
Really?
Yes, really.
ALL, the Valley of Torment? What kind of a name for a place is that? It sounds scary. Do I really have to go with you? Hey, here's an idea. Maybe let the recluse stay home and hold the fort.
I mean, in this case, we technically could do it, if we're not actually using Bernie for the most part. Don't worry, Bernie, we'll keep you out of danger.
Hi there!
Rocky Burdock. Oh, actually, I think we're A+ now, so I think that means we've got 3 points for battle. So we might slip in a paralog. The question is, which one do I want to do? Yeah, we're out of purple seeds again.
Hey, welcome. You have a good eye. A pleasure to come again.
Well, actually, are those... One of those might be combat quests, so maybe we won't. Let's see. Yes, the weird child giggle. Oops. I don't know why I keep doing that. Because it's like, I know I don't have to hit confirm before it's starting or toggling over, but I keep doing that anyway.
Gotta clean out the storerooms, tend the flowers, do the washing, dust the library.
Do you need any help?
No, this is my job. Lady Rhea herself gave it to me. Even if Lady Rhea's not here right now, I still gotta do my duty. Like you gotta have other stuff you ought to be doing, yeah?
Yeah, if you somehow kill them first and are playing blind, you would have no idea what's happening. That's great. I love it.
You're not a teacher anymore, and we're not your students, but everyone still calls you Professor. Is there something you'd rather be called?
I think both, or at least the one time. So I don't think I got Leone on Silver Snow. So the last time we were through Golden Deer, I think, or Verdant Wind, he said call me by name, so what we say Professor is fine.
Guess that's what we're used to, huh? Alright.
Short and simple, I guess.
Since the past, I have learned much of the language of Fodlan. But speaking the Fodlan language still gives me difficulty. I can understand, read, and write with nearly perfection now. But understanding and speaking are fruits of a different color.
Fruits of a different color? Eh. Everyone has a weak spot.
Yes, I will keep practicing more.
Yeah, it's an earthworm for all the fishing we don't do anymore.
Professor? Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. Is everyone setting out on a big campaign? Not exactly. Ah, so you're meeting up with the reinforcements. Well, you can leave guarding this place to me. I'll keep an eye out for anything suspicious.
There's unrest I hope things...
Right. What?
Professor. There are enemy spies around. Remain vigilant. Capture anyone who seems suspicious. I'm glad you understand. I'm counting on you.
No, I'm counting on you. Or something.
What?
Oh no.
AOL, the Valley of Torment. Oh man, I really do not want to go there.
Pull yourself together?
Professor, have you ever been to ALL? If you had, you'd know. That place is crazy hot. For guys like me, who grew up somewhere cold, man, it's gonna be rough. Though, I guess that climate will keep our enemies at bay.
The good news, Sylvain, you're not really doing anything, so...
Can you help me?
Hey!
Okay. Okay.
To the north of Garreg Mach lie the territories of the Karen and Galatea houses, former lords of the kingdom. Even though their territory is being nibbled at by the Empire, they are still clinging to their neutrality. Since they only display enough force to defend their borders, I suppose the Empire has no incentive to attack them with any real strength.
I see. You know, I'd never have been recognized as the legitimate heir to House Regan without Judith's recommendation. Feels like I'm digging myself deeper and deeper in debt to the hero of Daphnel, but what do? It's all been worth it. After all, we need the Daphnel army for our next move. It's possible we'll have to deal with our enemies sooner than later. Be prepared, Teach.
You know what? I'm curious as to like the story that led to that recommendation. It's a shame that the game never tells it. Alright,
My big brother told me stories of Judith's bravery. With just one look, she tamed a runaway horse that nobody else had been able to touch. When an Almiran general provoked her, she talked him into a tearful apology. She's spectacular. I wish she'd fight alongside us.
Don't we all, Hilda? Don't we all? You can't catch the rainbow fish for the life of you. Well, unfortunately I don't think I can help you there, because I don't think I've ever done it either. I think I tried one time, but decided that I wanted to save my bait for other fishing events.
Excuse me, could you do me a favor?
She's requesting weeds? What? Hilda? What are you doing?
My big brother told me with just one and all she...
I guess... we must not have wild game? Let's see... Yeah, we got a few meats, but not wild game, apparently. I think we can buy it from here. It's technically a net game.
Hey, welcome. You have a good eye.
Yeah, we'll make 1,000 gold back. So...
Welcome.
I guess to highlight Hilda's laziness, she wants 2 things we could buy at the market, and weeds?
This one? Thank you.
You're not too worried about it, that would be neat to make this stuff.
Please come again.
Yeah, I suppose I'd like to make it one day
Professor?
too. But, I don't know if anyone else is around who's actually... Why is that? Okay, I don't know why when I press up it goes right. Like, who decided that should be a thing? Just make my cursor move the box in the direction I'm pressing. Yeah, I don't know, I guess if someone more knowledgeable...
Pardon me.
...about cooking the composite foods is here, that might be a good time to speak up, but unfortunately I can't do much to help.
ALL, the Valley of Torment, lies on the border of 3 noble territories. The kingdom's Fraldarius and Galatea families, and the Alliance's Daphnel family.
You never feel dumber than when you try to navigate the fast travel map. I mean, to be fair, it's not programmed intuitively.
In the Fraldarius lands to the north, the former Kingdom Army and new Duke's Army are fighting.
I am curious what logic went into that, though, when they programmed it. Press up and it goes right, press left and it goes in some other direction. Yep. And then sometimes you can't even reverse back to the one you were just on, too. It's like a fourth dimension.
Professor, the bridge that links Alliance and Empire lands is currently under the occupation of the Imperial Army. In other words, the Empire can choose to invade the Alliance whenever they wish. I want you to understand that my father does not support the Empire to antagonize House Regan.
You know, Lauren's pretty suspect statement. Gotta swing it wide and go in a loop to go back. Another example of the excellent menu system for this game. Yeah. It really does suffer from losing out on that second screen from the 3DS era, doesn't it? Cause like, thinking back, the games prior to Awakening were generally less complex, so they could get away with the single screen thing. But the more stuff they stack on with, say, 3 houses, it makes it very, very apparent.
He does it to deprive them of an easy excuse to cross that bridge.
Yeah, sorry, Lorenz, I think your dad's going for 2 birds with 1 stone here.
I've heard people talk about the hero of Daphne. If the stories of her courage are true, no one will be able to stand against us.
Even just checking enemy skills, effortless before, but a huge goddamn pain if you don't have the icons memorized. Yeah. Actually, it is a little interesting that they don't have like a select command on that forecast to let you highlight the icons. Because that would probably solve a lot of things if you could just press, say, minus during the forecast so you could move to each icon to get the description. I mean, it'd be a lot, or far less than ideal. Because for that type of stuff, there's kind of no replacing the touch screen system, but it's kind of the best they'd have to work with here, unfortunately.
In different circumstances, I'd have wanted to try crossing swords with her. Right now, we have to focus on getting to those reinforcements. Let's hope nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, totally nothing, Catherine. It's not your fault for totally just jinxing it or anything. Oh yeah, so for some reason I thought it was the chapel, but we go into the office here, just like steal a piece of whatever to sell the guy. But I mean, I guess we're the Archbishop now. We can do whatever we want in here.
What?
Hearing that an old student has died cuts me right to the heart. As this war with the Empire continues, we'll see more of it, Professor. We have a duty to fight alongside our former students. We taught them how to fight, after all. Now, let's help them win.
Sure, what's the motivational flag? Yeah, we'll be doing a little bit of dining, but we can probably do a bunch of faculty training because we won't have much else to do with it. Basically, dine for speed, dine like 3 times for motivation, I think should cover it. I guess maybe we could dine for support points too. Because I don't know what else we'd really do. I mean, I guess we do more bows. Do more bows, more swords. I guess we could also sauna. We probably want a sauna. I think we're probably gonna end up saunaing with the Lorenz this time, because we need to fast track his riding. And if, I guess if Leonie hadn't passed that certification, I'd probably be pushing her axes still and saunaing with her, but she's more or less done at this point.
The monastery repairs have made solid progress. Most excellent news. When we first returned here, I was unsure what we were going to do with the ruins of this place. But if we can get the cathedral rebuilt, we'll have it looking just like old times soon enough.
I can't believe it. The Valley of Torment. I'd heard of it, but I never expected to go there. It's exciting. I wonder what the landscape is like.
It's exciting to go to hell. Sounds dangerous, or it sounds painful.
It probably is dangerous, but I still want to get there and see it as soon as I can.
I forgot Ignatz is just like randomly super enthusiastic about it. Alright, and we never had Mercedes last time, so...
We may not be students anymore, but it's still important to read. We might even learn something that's useful for our next battle.
Yeah, studying is important.
I couldn't agree more. I hope the Officers' Academy reopens when the war's over. It's a shame the monastery was ruined, but at least the books are still intact.
Didn't he already go there during Ingrid's prologue? Well, you see, it's some pale imitation. We were in some other volcanic area next to Noble's house, you see, or something. I don't know. I still don't understand the geography of that paralogue.
Oh.
Hello.
I didn't think we'd end up fighting Randolph. He's my uncle. Well, not by blood, so I guess I can handle it.
You're very resolute.
Don't worry about me. I'm ready for anything.
Okay, so I guess this is exactly the same as what he says in Silver Snow. I probably shouldn't be too surprised by that.
With the Fargus dukedom in place, the kingdom is essentially no more. The majority of the lords who once belonged to the kingdom are now under the jurisdiction of the Empire. Even the houses that haven't bent a knee yet, like House Fraldarius, will soon be crushed. It's only a matter of time.
Well, rip Rodrigue. Or I guess soonish to be rip. There's still a few months off of that, but not too long before Dimitri gets him killed and everyone else.
Oh
no. Nice job.
Jace will teleport here. There's no teleporting directly to Hilda.
Hey!
Hey, who's on the bridge? The plane is.
Oh, It has been only 5 years, yet so much has changed. Half of the kingdom has fallen to the Empire. Skirmishes are rife throughout the Alliance. Despite such tumult, we look upon the same sky, unchanged by the storm happening beneath it.
You wish you could return to those days?
Yes, it would be nice, I suppose. Things were simpler then. Or so they seemed to be at the time.
Well...
Thanks so much. You're a sweetheart.
Yeah, I guess we technically have renown. And we do have people to talk to in the cathedral, so we'll go there.
Meeting reinforcements in the Valley of Torment seems an astute decision to me. In that land of oppressive heat, it is unlikely that we will be disturbed. It also means we will need to contend with those harsh conditions ourselves, however. Best ensure we are well prepared.
There's the generic. I don't remember what the generic case is.
I have lived inconspicuously these past 5 years, so as not to be discovered by the Empire. To be able to finally return to the monastery again is overwhelming. I hope that our brothers and sisters who ran far away will also return one day.
Okay, I remember that now. I just forgot it was that particular monk who says it.
Need something?
Man. I guess I'd rather save, like, cause we could go to land skills, but Lawrence doesn't need that much more. So I think I'd rather have the experience plus. And also, reason's not that big of a deal, especially since, again, the 2 people training in it are well past any class requirements, so... I guess it'd be nice to have the range increase on Lawrence, but I don't think it's particularly necessary. The minimum units you need to defeat are the reinforcements, 3 units by the boss, and the boss himself to beat the map. Aha. Kind of interesting. Because, like, you really do have to go out of your way to trigger it that way, but it's funny that it can happen like that.
See you again soon.
It seems Arian Road, one of the kingdom's sturdiest fortress cities, has fallen to the Empire. It looks like Count Rowe didn't resist, and switched sides to the Empire straight away. I guess it did avoid unnecessary bloodshed, so maybe it was a wise decision after all.
What the?
Someday we will take the Imperial capital. It is odd to think that I will be invading the very city that I once called home. Ah, that is still a ways off. I will prepare for our journey to ALL.
Yeah, I'm reasonably sure that's also the same as Silver Snow, like with Caspar.
Even though we're getting reinforcements, we should still be prepared for the worst. Never shirk your training, no matter what. To practice, I'm going to chop something up with my sword. Unless you'd like to train together. Care to spar?
It's kind of weird that Eloise talks about his sword here when it's like, it's very much, swords are very much not Eloise's default weapon type.
I was thinking.
Alright, let's see what the Abyssians have to say. Then we do sauna and cooking and move on. Since we didn't get any kind of extra combat quests, and I don't, yeah, it doesn't look like there's any, looks like there's not any on the map here either, so. Probably do Marianne's, I guess. Try to get out of the way.
Hey you, listen up. I've got something to report. Remember that battle 5 years ago? Oh, I'm guessing you do. Anyway, remember that knight who watched over Abyss with me for a while? He said he was going to check on things up top, but that he'd return. Thing is, I haven't seen him since. Lots of knights have returned, but not him. I hope he's safe.
Romance for the ages.
So you intend to march into ALL? Frankly, I want no part of it. Surely such an uneventful journey won't require my presence.
I mean, we're not using you, but pretty sure this is the one that gets her. Get support points, but I'm curious to see if it is.
You will?
Yeah.
Then I shall don my marching boots. Though I would ask that we at least consider marching only under cover of night.
She wants us to be contrarian, I guess.
So, Judith is on our side now. That right? Haven't seen that lady in years. These days, people call her a hero. Back then, I just called her a catch and a half.
Balthus, what? What is wrong with you? How long ago did you know her, or you two weren't friends? Were you?
If only. No, I was a kid at the time. But she still managed to catch my eye. She was the second loveliest lady in all of Fodlan. Who's the first, you ask? That's my little secret.
Well, now we know because of the quad support.
No. Bandits from Garrick Mach used to come down to Abyss pretty frequently. We never dealt with them, though. We refused their offers at every turn. Sometimes we had to use force. I was happy who finally drove them out for good. Only then there were beasts all over the place. When the monastery fell to ruin, we lost all hope for support from the church. Most able-bodied folks abandoned Abyss for the surface around that time. Since then, we've been barely scraping by.
Funny to hear that, because, like, I'm pretty sure it was Yuri who said that most folks don't have anywhere to go.
Hey.
All this conflicting information in the Abyss.
The Valley of Torment, huh? I see your angle, but don't let your guard down. Any movement about their borders, and the Lords of the Kingdom will react swiftly. Don't underestimate them. Keep your focus on a positive outcome. There's a lot to gain and a lot to lose.
Alright, Yuri. These same guys still squatting all the time. All day, every year.
The Valley of Torment. Is
Isn't that the place where it's scorching hot year-round? You know, I've always wanted to see the world. That's why I left my village. And here I am, traveling to all these interesting new places to kill people. Not what I had in mind.
At least Happy's conscious of it. I'm pretty sure most other characters don't really question it. Travel around all these new places to kill people. Well, this is like another Sylvain. More or less, yeah. Yeah, I guess baggage included. He's almost kind of like the other side of the coin.
Maybe I'll find some time to admire the scenery. Though people might get mad I'm not taking this silly war seriously. Oops, that was close. Almost sighed.
Alright. I guess Abyss usually doesn't have a lot down there, so it's kind of annoying that it takes so long to load in order to get like 4 or 5 dialogues. Admire the scenery of the lava. I mean, I guess Ignatz and Happy can bond over that, since they're the only two who seem to be appreciating the scenery there. What the heck, Lauren? That is the stance. Yeah, he is pretty lanky. Wow, Lorenz does not deal well with the heat, I guess. This is not gonna end well if we try to get this up higher. I think we can do one more, but Lorenzen's gonna hit the border most likely. I doubt we're gonna get a ton out of this on Lilith. Yeah. I guess we could do it with Balthus as well. We would appreciate increasing his. Otherwise... yeah, I don't think there's anyone else we care about for... increasing their points gained. Alright, now let's compare Balthus to Lorenz. He's so bad at the Sonic game, it's so rare that you can warm both up. Yeah, as Math Magician says, it feels like RNG. Like, there's certain things you can push your luck on a bit, but it seems like there's a large variance to the heat for any particular character, unfortunately. Okay, Balthus. I guess at least he doesn't look as ridiculous as Lorenz. Okay, that was slightly more even. Like, why are we not getting any heat from Pilot? These are some janky rolls. Okay, at least we're getting low rolls on Bulbous too. Man, are we gonna get anyone here to... I'm gonna increase Steam again. Because wow, 4 points, and we're not even in the green for either character. Like, how often does that happen? Wow. We did not actually get either character warmed up despite being halfway into the green bar. That is hilariously stupid.
Here's the story. My family, the Galateas, are an offshoot of the Daphno family. The family split in half, and 2 brothers quarreled over an inheritance. Despite blood relations, the families lived apart from one another, so the relationship has been distant and somewhat estranged. I'm not so much acquainted with Judith, the head of House Daphno.
Okay, that's some very interesting stuff to get from Ingrid. Was not expecting to get the history of House Daphno. Let's see, and we didn't have a net last time either.
Professor, how do Claude and Judith know each other? I hear there are still quarrels within the Alliance. This generous offer of soldiers and supplies seems a little too good to be true.
Wow, when did a net turn into, pessimist? Well, it's not even really pessimism, but for a net, this seems fairly pessimistic.
I mean, it's also really impressive, but I'm just a little worried, I suppose.
Yeah, we've had some interesting things from our out-of-house recruits here.
It seems some of our friends believe that if we get those reinforcements, we'll be set for provisions too. But I think it's best not to hold our breath on the food front. With the added headcount from the reinforcements, there will be even more mouths to feed.
Sharing her food with us for nothing in return? Judith really is a great person. She's more like a goddess than the goddess is.
Very much like a goddess. Not so sure about that.
No? Well, she could be a demon for all I care. So long as she feeds me.
Wow, okay, Ra.
Sounds fun! A little more...
Okay, Warrens. I guess we're prioritizing Warrens and Balthus to a degree. Balthus is already full though. So yeah, I guess just a 2 here, we do have a lot of supports I'd like to flesh out. So we could try to do Ignis Petra. Basically, there's nothing left for Wysithia to gain here. I suppose we've never done Cyril and Catherine with... Or no, I think we've done Catherine. I don't think we've done full Cyril with her, but... Like, that's something easy to do some other time. Oh yeah, Ingrid with Ignis as well. We just... Again, we just picked all the recruits who want to hang out with Ignatz. Casper and Hilda, although Hilda's at full motivation. And Hilda and Ferdinand. Hilda and Annette. I guess we shouldn't neglect Claude and Annette and Petra. We do need to get their A's at some point. And Claude being a flyer makes it more difficult to get, or to get it with them because they can't adjutant. Let's see. I think we would want to prioritize Ignis and Petra just because we still have to do Petra's Herwog. So having a little bit of extra support to make her not particularly useless would be helpful. Because I'll be frank, we have neglected her for the most part, so I don't expect her to do a lot. Apparently they both like vegetable stir fry.
This food is a revelation.
I would be
no special convos, so let's go on. So Lawrence, Ferdinand, Lawrence and Mercedes. We do need to eventually teach Ferdinand, but he is on the bottom of the list. Mercedes is already full, so I guess we might as well just do Ferdinand. Conveniently, top of the list.
Pristine manners are essential, even if the quality of the food is poor. Wouldn't you agree, Ferdinand?
Indeed. We may not care for the meal, but we must show our respect for the person who cooked it.
Huh. Okay. I was not expecting a special convo between the two of them, but nice. We technically want to do Rat Bernie. Actually. Although... Yeah, Bernie's potentially going to be more useful just because of Encloser, but I don't expect her to deal damage. But hey, with Archer range, I guess she can provide some link attacks. And of course, this is... not getting her any motivation, unfortunately, but Raph needs it, so...
This is delicious!
Ooh.
Alright, so how do we use this with? Oops. 3 uses. Do we do? I think because we're close to beat bows, it's maybe better to put the points on the bows. I don't think we have anyone we need support points, so I think it's like training bows, right? Or I guess Bernie. Well, no, we've already hit A with Bernie at this point. Does Petra maybe have better? No, she's actually lower than us. Alright, yeah, so I guess we just train with whoever, because there's no support points to be gained. Lawrence and Ferdinand actually have a might support. Huh. That's unexpected. It's too bad we're not really going to be doing anything with Ferdinand.
Indeed.
Actually, do we have... What do we have him set up for? Because... he's going to be... How am I passing over there? Force Authority. Yeah, that makes sense, because... God, all these recruits that start with the Authority is so bad. That's right, because we want him in Paladin, and he also started with next to no riding training, which is just... Ferdinand, what are you doing, man? Granted, I don't know how much damage he'll be able to do, but I suppose... he can at least ride around and provide link support, so having 8 move if he gets to it will make that easier. Although I'm kind of skeptical. He's only at D plus riding and C plus lances. It's gonna be a tough sell.
The monarch, when we first reach, but if we...
I can't believe the Valley. It's exciting.
This experience is critical.
I guess that technically doesn't really get us anything, but... moves it's closer to B+.
Professor, capture anyone.
Alright, so we're gonna let the supports with us show up on their own. So that we can hopefully time it to get motivation refills for free. So yeah, we went to the Abyss, we talked to everyone from out of house.
Really now? There's I hope things...
Oh yes, the secret shop is a thing. I thought it was either this chapter or the next. Good thing I double checked.
Hey!
Oh yeah, right, the key retro.
Hey! How about a favor?
Secret thingy, gasp.
Appreciate it.
And secretly pictures of her making out with money.
Hey, Professor, I'm Peck. I won't even charge you. Sure you want to pat?
Tana looks
There's
disappointed.
unrest I hope things... Welcome!
I just wanted to buy your stuff. I'm sorry, Anna. But you'll understand, you love money, right? Wait, she said...
Come back soon!
Does the normal shop not sell
Welcome.
shields? Oh, it sells it in limited quantities. That's interesting.
Please come again.
Actually, that reminds me. Yeah, I'm gonna be prot stacking, so Hexlock's not that good for Bulbous. I guess we buy the Silver Shield.
I hope there's... Welcome!
It's a touch expensive, but we got money.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
And if we're gonna do tank Bulbous,
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
we're going all in. As much as we can, anyhow.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. 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 Is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
I'll come back to the
Come
other
back
ones
soon.
if we need them later. Alright, Bulbous. Now even tankier. We didn't even use that smithing stone stock, so I guess we don't have to spend money on that. Okay, so now we've got all that handled for real. Group tasks, so Scythia no longer needs that, so we'll swap it to Orans and Bulbous, which it's probably gonna mess with how well they complete this, but it's whatever. It's not a big deal at this point in the game.
I must always...
Goodness. Who am I to turn down praise? Brings...
Okay, that's that. What was I even doing with Petra? I guess it's putting her at a point where she could be an archer, but I'm almost thinking that because their map has so much brush that because she doesn't have something like Encloser, she's gonna probably rather just stick with Thief for the mobility. Alright, I'm gonna do Bernie here just because I know we've got air support. It's gonna show up. Oh man, we can get full crit on Ignatz. I think I actually want to help Raph with this. hit plus 20 is nice, but there's something to be said for a little bit of extra hit from having A+ prowess. Oof, not the greatest session. Let's see. Also train Caspar. Which maybe, well, we can do it next week, I guess. Let's see, you can push bows with quad, but I don't know how much I value bow crit on him. It's barely something that I consider for sniper because Hunter's Volley is already providing a ton of crit, so it's like, I guess we can stack it, but this is I think if we're doing that, we just do it for units. But I guess we got more points. Too many points. I guess we're still trying to help to get bolting. We're gonna get it like 4 maps from the end of the game, I guess. Which I guess is maybe a reason that I should have gone for reason +2, but it seems a little flimsy compared to experience +10 for everyone on the team. Oh, Leone didn't hit a... What the heck? Alright, we're fixing that. Alright, I guess her studies would fix it anyway. So, do we care about something else instead? It's like Espo isn't helping her, because we don't really care about the bow crit. If we get bow fair, of course, I'd do the game, but not sure if she's gonna reach that until maybe like the last map of the game. Who else are we gonna do anything with? So yeah, let's just do more bows. This authority is gonna resolve itself here. Granted, I guess I could have done authority and then swapped to bow focus, but whatever. Same difference. We're probably wasting a little bit of experience either way.
May I ask?
No, you may not. Death is the inevitable result of military conflict. Not only soldiers, but also warhorses who have no say in their line of work, lay down their lives on the battlefield. What steps can a commander take to minimize this loss of life? You can adopt new tactics that increase survivability, craft durable armor for the horses. Stop riding horses into battle. No. New tactics.
That is a good option.
I think that's the 25 option.
Teacher.
I heard that Ilgard can wear heavy armor and swing an axe with ease. Well, so can I. I will need some further training in these skills to cultivate my natural talents, of course. Well, perhaps it is best if I leave it up to you. That is a very hard pivot for a man. What the heck? No.
I can't believe how long it's been since I left home.
I've seen the Bernie one a ton, so we'll just go ahead and leave that be. Vernon, say no for now. Yeah, no for now. Do it the next week, preferably.
Let's give it our all, hmm?
We'll see what happens.
We've completed our task.
And unfortunately, generic lines not as not as amusing as the Lysithia Balthus setup.
One step before the next step.
Actually, Rally Dex makes Ferdinand possibly able to help. Maybe he won't deal damage, but he can give some people plus hit.
There is room to enrich myself further.
Okay. Oh, the Warrens and Ferdinand support happened. Okay, let's see what they have to say.
Ah, that fragrance! Could it be? Ferdinand, I cannot help but notice the exquisite tea you're drinking.
Not many can appreciate it, let alone recognize it. I'm impressed.
Perhaps you would be so good as to indulge me with a cup?
By all means. Allow me to pour.
Ah, what a delightful aroma. When I close my eyes, I feel as though I've wandered into a rose garden.
Such a precise, poetic description. But please, drink up. No need to stand on ceremony.
How gracious of you. Very well. Flavor, fragrance, and hue, all in fine harmony. This is a most superior brew. And in a market saturated by pale imitation, no less. You did well to acquire such fine fare.
You are clearly quite passionate about tea. And more than just passionate. You know what it takes to brew a fine cup. To say nothing of your flawless etiquette and sterling attentiveness.
Certainly. Proper etiquette at tea time is one of the surest hallmarks of quality breeding. And the extent of one's attentiveness is quite often indicative of the depth of one's character. The ability of a person of fine stock to exhibit a rich quality of character is precisely what determines whether one is worthy to be called noble. And all of that can be seen in how one handles such a simple thing as a cup of tea.
Ah, marvelously put, Lawrence. I can tell you have given much thought to this subject. And if I may, I have always considered you to be the very model of noble comportment.
Oh, likewise, this has certainly been an extraordinarily meaningful cup of tea.
I wholeheartedly concur. Before we part ways, I would like to offer you some of these leaves.
Truly? Well, I'm flattered, but I cannot simply accept them without offering something in exchange. You simply must allow me to host you in turn, by way of recompense. We shall drink from House Gloucester's finest teacups and enjoy the loveliest of its cakes.
That sounds exquisite. I look forward to it.
Are we sure there weren't drugs in this tea? Oops, hello, Madden Zero. Sorry I didn't notice you asking that. This is the Golden Deer. Was I going for Assassin on Petra? Wait, what else did Ferdinand? Or I guess it's marking it as Ferdinand with Violet. Do I think there's another FE title in the works at the moment? Oh, it's kind of hard to say, but it's been a while. So I want to say likely. Definitely in the work. They're definitely working on something as soon as we get it as another story. Yeah. It's just the drug of being in a power position, or position of power. Words. I suppose that makes sense. Let's see. Yeah, I guess you could do it. Well, I guess if I was gonna continue running Thiefer, there's no reason not to upgrade her if we're expecting to go into her Parawag sooner or later. So let's buy and seal. Yeah, we know that's 100%.
I have success!
Alright. So we'll start with, we're gonna start with the combat quest and then go to... Alright, so, you know, we'll just casually go into AOL to fight some monsters there before returning to do our actual business at the end of the month. Anyway, we're gonna do the comic quest and the rare monster battle, and then I'll probably do Marianne's. So, I'm gonna refill my drink before we do that, because that's 3 battles in a row, so... Yeah, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Petra now has the resistance. Yes, yes she does. For all the good it'll do her. Alright, this is full of wyverns, which is extremely annoying. With considerable attack, like this is actually kinda scary for both of us. Well, I guess maybe not that scary. So I guess if he gets hit twice, that puts him up to 47 prot. Yeah, that actually makes him a little bit difficult to kill. So... just so long as he doesn't get, isn't vulnerable to crits, it works well enough, I guess. Yeah, with the knowledge gem equipped, Lysithea still has 4 ranges of Valkyrie. Because the equipped dark magic range +1. That's so silly. This is a little bit of a problem now. Like, this is a lot of flyers. You brave and go without it, Paladin Lysithea. Maybe another time. Okay, quad's not doubling. Apply with him, so I guess we can do that. Oh yeah, we're gonna... do we want to be end up being impeded by these brush, though? Alright, I guess this is as good as the setup's gonna get for now.
Well, come back.
So we'll kill these three off, which... they're apparently the ones holding the trade secrets and stuff. And we can have bolt the sword of these two down. Sure we build something better with Mercedes. Ferdinand's like, yeah, I guess we can give Mercedes the Warrens. This reaches disturbingly long. Not a fan. I guess this packs a bunch of riders, which limits them a bit more. Still. Era. Barely weaker than the other aids.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Shall we?
At the ready.
Huh, I guess Claude does get a one-shot there.
Let's make this quick. It's done.
I fought and won.
My orders?
Good God, Leonie.
Make a difference?
Leave it to me.
Shall we?
Yeah, when you're so fast, you don't need pump like Lily. So fast and not an assassin, which is impressive.
What's my strategy?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely starts in a really bad spot though, like... We just, I guess, jump into the middle of 9 wyverns. Very
Steady
strategic.
now.
Oh, Ragnarok.
In a hurry to die, are you? I'll tolerate no obstacle.
And squish.
Leave it to me.
Someone's fired up.
You lost that one.
Thanks, pal.
Being sneaky, huh? He's at 47 prot, although it's still not enough to just wade into these enemies. Because they'll still chip him down eventually.
Our quarrel wasn't personal.
thing is, we want to funnel into Sadir right now.
You lost that one.
The timing!
Fortress Knight can't quite reach. Almost, but no cigar. Actually, I guess we could. We could use Swap to move Vulpus into range. You'd only get attacked by one thing and then pull the others with them, so it shouldn't be a big deal.
No time to slow down.
At least 6 points at a time ain't bad. Actually... I feel like it's might not be stacking with Mastermind.
You must press on.
No mercy.
I'm still the king.
Balzus feeling a little threatened, I guess. Gotta declare that he's still the king.
Thanks, Belle.
Oh, Knowledge Gem and Mastermind gets plus 100%. Double, or not times 2 times 2. Okay, so it's not stacking to 3 points, okay. But the Knowledge Gem does, or in Mastermind do state that it's, or I guess, is it just a Knowledge Gem, or? Okay, Knowledge Gem doesn't specify, but Mastermind says doubles. So, slightly misleading, I guess. It's just the same.
I owe you one.
Very rare that I end up getting down to a red battalion on anyone.
It's done. It was the least I could.
Zelda again with really good levels after she's our dancer.
I've got no time for
Oh,
mercy.
rip him. Jesus.
Thanks, Belle.
Hey buddies, where you going?
Timing.
They don't want to pick a fight with Violet. All that effort to get Lysipia's horse up here.
You lost that one.
Thanks, Belle.
Well, we got halfway in one battle. It's not bad.
That's another one.
Ah, there we go. Fierce Iron Fist, get.
This good enough?
I got no time for this. I got no time for this. I got no time for this. Casually marching into AOL, because why not? I feel like this map really shouldn't be in the random battle pool until after we clear the Valley of Torment. But maybe I'm just being too rigid. we want to do this. This bird is basically easy prey. But we want to make sure we get as many city attacks in. Which probably means, I guess, removing this bird so it's not flying around causing havoc everywhere. This does bring to light that we don't have the most combat battalions here, so we're gonna have to be careful about crowd control. That is actually a pretty legitimate concern for Petra's Fairlog. But I guess we also have Encloser, so not the biggest deal. Man, not having... I keep going back to Assassin, because it's like, unrestricted movement versus Swordmaster is so much nicer. Or at least, I guess it's not completely unrestricted, but ignoring certain terrain is pretty valuable. So I guess we'll stick with Assassin.
I'll do my best.
What's my strategy? It's time.
Oh, damn it, I didn't change adjutants, which is fine for who it would assign to for Ignatz and Wrath. I think. Or wait, did it rearrange? Oh, now I don't know who's with who. Asper with Thyla. Elba Petra. Mercedes Ignatz. Well, I guess at least Mercedes Ignatz lines up.
My orders?
I've got another option.
At the ready. the stops.
That's not gonna. If he goes here, it reaches both. No, never mind. That's tile too high. That's fine. I guess the bird's more important.
Shall we? Let's make this quick.
I guess we have to equip Thyrsus for Seraphim. I think that's fine. This bird's really squishy, so it doesn't matter that much.
Steady now. No mercy.
Don't mind Ignace, just murdering a bird. Ooh, strength.
I believe I can do more.
Go Ignace.
Shall we? I'll tolerate no obstacle.
Oh, yeah. Leave it to me.
Okay, if those guys pull this turn, then we'll figure something out. Probably just impregnable wall, but I want to pull them next turn after we've dealt with this other crud.
Allow me to demonstrate.
This could turn the tides.
Okay, they're chasing. That's fine. Although not all of them.
I will not die yet.
It's 11 more actions. Feels like a bit much.
That helps.
Yeah, I guess we just leave both this because we want this other one to ram into him.
For the future of Fodlan.
And actions. King.
Doing.
I've got no time for mercy. You lost that one.
Okay, Ignites can't reach that one. I guess we'll do Wrath. Actually, maybe lead Lauren's into Wrath. Oh, Lauren's just one-shots. Mine Wrath also one hand, so it's one or the other.
I'm sorry. No time to slow down.
6 actions.
Thanks so much.
I feel a little stronger.
Yep, these guys are on the move, man.
Yeah! Doing.
1% crit for 0 damage on all this. Seems legit.
That's another one.
I've got no time for mercy. Cut!
Timing.
Sad. 4 more actions left. And occasionally Balthus just hits them with his axe, because why not? Even though these guys... Actually, I guess the thieves don't have axe breaker. So his hit rate's a little better there.
Good time for a secret scheme.
You lost that one. It's done.
So next turn, if we just delay this, it's... should get it. And Balthus is moving a bit slowly here. I might give him the boss kill. Try to move him a little more along a little more cleanly.
I will not die yet. Perseverance is the key. It's done.
There we go. Uncanny blow, just like that.
This success will translate to victory.
Won that bet.
Hey, so you got strength.
Amazing what a little bloodshed can do.
But I really would have liked additional defense. Oh boy, Fog of War. Intentionally take poison strike damage for Lysithea to yell. I mean, if we're doing that, we could just stand on the fire
There's
tiles.
no reason to feign ignorance. I know all about you.
What are you talking about?
Just come here.
Professor, help!
Don't
Looks like
interfere.
Stalker
Just
Boy's
hand
here.
the girl over to me.
Shut up, Stalker Boy.
I'm telling you this for your own good. You're putting yourself in danger by associating with her. Do you know of the wandering beast stalking the woods in the Edmund territory? It is said that it attacks people every night and drags them off to feast. The true identity of the wandering beast is that girl right there.
No, I would never.
Get out of here.
No matter. I'll get the evidence I need.
My apologies for getting you involved in that.
Actually, our low offensive gambit might make this chapter interesting too.
In truth, that man has been following me ever since my father disappeared. He's a Crest scholar.
Why is he following you, other than being a jerk and a stalker?
The crest that my father bore and was passed down to me. It was Maurice's crest.
Maurice's crest?
Yes. It's also known as the Crest of the Beast. It's said there were once 12 heroes who saved Fodlan. There was the King of Liberation, Nemesis, the 10 elites, and finally, Maurice. One day, Maurice suddenly transformed into a hideous beast and slaughtered innocent people. It was like when Miklon of House Gautier turned into a black beast. The negative energy dwelling within his crest turned Maurice into a monster. The people of Fodlan grew to despise him, and he was stripped of his honor. His whole clan was conquered, and it was believed that his bloodline had vanished. But even now, there exists a few descendants who have inherited Maurice's crest and his curse. My family line is one of them. Maurice's crest is a symbol of disaster. Anyone who comes in contact with it is met with great misfortune. Those who carry the crest become beasts at night and slaughter innocent people.
But that man mentioned earlier.
Yes, the rumor about the wandering beast in the woods. People are saying the creature is similar in appearance to Maurice's bestial form.
If it's defeated, wouldn't the rumor be dispelled? Also, people say that, like, you're saying it's similar to Maurice's bestial form, but... like, how many people would be able to actually tell that? Especially since the church seems to suppress a lot of this information. Although I guess the stuff about Maurice would be stuff that the church fabricated, but still. They probably wouldn't want just anyone to know what the beast form of a 10, I guess an X11 elite would look like. It's down to 10 now.
That may be true, but I doubt I could do it on my own. If you and some of the others came with me, though. Thank you. But, promise you won't tell anyone about my crest? I'm sorry to have to ask, but thank you.
It's been a while since I last did this one too, so it's potentially going to be really annoying. Okay, now that we got the adjutants back how we wanted them. Man, I think I'm gonna stay assassin here because of all these woods. I don't think I have any torches left too. Yeah, doesn't look like it. I guess we're buying torches.
Is that the one? Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back.
Who else do we want to have warm? Probably not Raph, because we want him with the impregnable wall. I guess maybe Ignatz and Claude? Balthus is also another option. We might need to steal a lot here, so I guess we'll
Is that
repair
the
that.
one? Thanks a bunch. Is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
You know what? We're gonna buy. It's really dumb that we're spending
Is that the one?
so much money on
Thanks a
torches,
bunch.
but we're gonna buy another one.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back.
Yeah, Balthus with it. Let's see. So we probably need a hammer with the wheel though.
Welcome. Come. I hope this is the right.
It's getting a little overzealous on how I'm menuing sometimes here. Alright, Uncanny Low. Get plus 30 if she initiates, which is ridiculous. Alright, so he doesn't attack as long as we don't move Marianne, but I think she needs to move south. Actually... Alright, we're gonna buy a 5th torch because I think Marianne needs it.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back.
Just to see how the bishops are approaching. But I'm pretty sure if she sits here, a guy comes like right here and attacks her. I could be wrong. So we probably want to like move either here or here. And Marianne's sieging my Strider, so that makes things interesting. Is there nothing better he can use? I guess not, his authority's not that high, so... That does remind me though. I guess we drop Byleth back down to the Gloster Knights. actually...
Well,
This is probably the wrong time to be going for another battalion. Yeah. Oh yes, I didn't buy the Golden Deer Wyvern Co, which I probably should have.
is that the one?
You know what, we'll leave it for now. Because we probably don't want to level all of these up in the Fog of War, but I'm going to shift battalions later. Or probably in Valley of Torment.
Come
So
back
that we can get an A-rank flying battalion on Leone. Do we really want to buy one? I think actually we're gonna take... Take the torch Byleth has and give it to Lorenz. Square formation also makes it a little hard to impregnable wall without hitting characters that I don't want to. Alright. So... Actually, we're gonna give Leone an emergency delete button. Give her the blessed bow so she can be like point blank volley of death. What actually has Slice movement? So we'll maybe lead that with Ignats. So I know there's a monster here, I remember, and then there's like a dark bishop hiding over here or something. Of death, or whatever. So we kind of want to draw him out if we can.
you really the wandering beast that people talk about?
Do you bear our crest? For what purpose did you come here?
Our crest? Does that mean...
It appears that your presence has been detected by bloodthirsty demonic beasts.
Leave it to me.
You can't go through! You can do it! Right there!
Steady now.
I'll do
You
my
can
best.
safely move like right here.
Let's make this quick.
Really should have traded that knowledge gem to someone else. Although I'm not sure who would use it, because, like, the two people we want to really train need it in riding, and they don't have riding classes, so. I might make this, try and make this short and, like, not prone to problems. I know there's a giant shell up top, but I'm not that concerned about it. I might just clear these wolves and try to come through the middle here. It's probably the fastest way to resolve this. If we kill him, that's gonna make it so... But I guess at least it looks like this is accounted for. I kinda don't want it to... Oh wait. It's Wait, why can't we... Oh, that's because it's targeting that one. We don't want to target that one. Okay, good. We're not doubling the Seraphim. Nice.
Demonic beasts! Everyone, please move carefully.
This forest is the den of demonic beasts. You will be lucky to make it out alive.
Shall we?
Yeah!
That helps.
Oops. Alright. I guess because of special dance, we did double there. Didn't really want that. Here's what it is, I guess. My damage output feels a touch low. I hope that's not a problem. Not gonna be a problem.
My orders?
Shall we?
What's my strategy?
%44% crit though. Actually, do we have Silver Sword? I think we do. So maybe use that. There we go.
Yeah! Allow me to
The double crit.
Someone's fired up.
So yeah, I did that because I wanted to make it so that if I got a crit, it would finish it. I guess we got 2 crits.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter where. I mean, both of sending here is probably better. So. Gotta heal that 1 damage. This guy does have... I mean, Balthus is almost kind of a liability here, just because... These magic enemies do so much damage to him, and then there's fog. So even though I think he would... Yeah, he would not take much damage from these walls, but... or any damage, but... with all those mages lurking out there, it's pretty dangerous for him to proceed.
I took care of it. Thank you.
Guess I need to know this stuff, huh?
Appreciate that.
demonic beast potion. Do we want to? I don't know if we want to engage these wolves just yet. I enjoy that 7 hit rate. So that makes it so that Warrens can't actually reach here. At least not in a meaningful way. So it'd actually be 58 once we break through this. Okay, and attacking him does aggro, so that's something... That's why I was concerned about having enough power here. I could do this, try to conserve Seraphim for the boss. I don't even need the blessed bone here, just straight steel plus power, get wrecked. Hey Brad. Or I guess not. I suppose you've probably been lurking still this whole time. Yeah, there's definitely too many monsters crammed in here. So I was gonna say welcome back, but I imagine you've been lurking.
Thank you.
Too easy.
Again, gotta heal that 2 damage. Oh hey, here's another guy. I guess he's one of the ones who's physicking. Alright, well, we're probably not gonna get a better use of the Bulfuses here, so... we might as well use it when we can. Are you being in and out the last well? Alright. Caught the Volcano Ox battle, but you missed the start of this. It wasn't too interesting.
I'll assist you.
Rip him to shreds!
think there's a couple of snipers up the path too, if I remember correctly. Again, it's been too long, but... That's kind of why I just want to clear these guys, clear the walls, and then get Marianne out. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate the map doesn't quite work. Oh, I guess if we do this, we double. That works then. Actually, I'm having kind of second thoughts. Because, like, if we pull the boss down through the top here, that's going to be really annoying. You can double a Sagittarius. I think I'm kind of game for that, actually.
A long way to go.
Another 5-point level, of course. Get it. Good
Fun
shot.
to watch.
Oh, this guy does have Miracle. So we need to be careful. I guess it looks like it's gonna be a problem.
No mercy.
We could have just enclosed it with Claude because I was gonna.
War fuels my body and mind.
Impregnable wall here anyway. So we got 2 more uses left. That should get us up to the mouth here. And I'm probably gonna ignore the giant shell. We're just gonna try to pull him release as quickly as possible. And then blast him. So we wanna be careful about how far we go. Well, I guess we've got the Immortal Core, so we can retreat and blast, or like hit them with the Gambit and retreat. That's too much. It's 2 hit points again. I guess we'll use Quads 1 here. I want to save the other one for Marines. Well, I guess we also have the mages. we hit him with either of the mage AoEs, it's about nearly as good. Actually, is this Prod or Res Fire? Prod Fire, so it's almost possibly better if we hit him with the magic one.
Good time for a secret scheme.
Is there anyone else? I guess I said we had the mage. just barely. Actually, no, wait, it's not a just barely, because her extended range should let her hit with these, yeah. So we're thinking with something else. So that's 32. Ignats will do. At best. Man, alright. Silver's no better than steel, so that leaves 7 hit points on the table. I don't know if we can do it. It's not. Oh, you think she doubles up? That's enough. The hill is kind of falling behind, which is a little annoying. Okay, we'll just have to slow for doing like 1 bar of damage then. As annoying as that is. Yay, unnecessarily crits. Although we got 2 that were meaningful earlier, so it's like no reason to complain too much about it. Actually, Leone can... could be interesting. A lot of blessed bow usage here, but I think this is, if there's any chapter to really use this a lot on, it's this chapter.
This'll help me walk my own path.
Oh yeah, because Casper is a brigand. Wow, alright. So, Deathblow and working in his fuse, we may actually be able to get something of a kill on the Death Knight with him. We'll see. I'm doing really stupid things with Casper, so we'll see if it works. Oh, I should have rallied with Balthus? It would have only been 4 more damage. That would have still been a bit short on the guns, unfortunately. Close Winosa guy. Yeah, this guy really wants a piece of Marianne. So if we crit, that's 9,324. I guess that's about as good a time as County to Valley.
Thank you. I'll show you! For the future of Fodlan. For Gerald. This is our, second to last. I want to double check to make sure. Because I want that last one to be there as a out in case we have holes. Or I may be pulling more stuff than anticipated. Let's go as far as possible. That's what I figured, that they were both there. And I think there's another... Is it the demonic beast up here, or... It's either a demonic beast or like another sniper or something who has a giant show up there, but... I'm not really too keen on extending this map more than it already has been. So we're just gonna go ahead and stick to the plan. Dude.
Piece of cake.
well, I guess since this stupid demonic beast is hanging from Marianne now. Most of the team's a little bit too far back, too. Someone has to get aggro, so that might be... Yeah, I guess Claude might have to do it. And then we'll have to use Mage Gambits on Maurice.
Pull out all the stops.
A 58 attack.
All is going to plan.
Nice strength.
There is still room for improvement.
I need a mod not for the stream but to update the daddy candy. I mean, the thing is that it's in off, so I'd have to figure out a way to get around it with a mod. I'm kind of inclined to do this more than bring up Reanimate for a point-blank bullet, because I think there might be a second sniper here. And it's going to be almost impossible for him to hit Violet on this stronghold, because she's got 87 avoid. But it's going to be a different story for a flyer. Even though, let's see. Yeah, I guess we only still got 70, but I'd rather not risk it anyway. So we'll just Luna this guy and ruin him.
It's done.
Okay, so this would be on this side. So what we'll probably end up doing is we'll run Marianne over, and then we'll use my Scythia to warp Marianne out of Maurice's range. Because we're not going to run in there and gambit. That's surrounded by wolves. Not exactly a great situation, so... Although, I guess we'll probably... We'll want to be away from these bushes since we haven't killed this wolf. And then it'll hopefully be just a clean... We get Marianne away and we pull Maurice, like, over towards these bushes, I seem to recall, is where we get him. And then after that, we just absolutely unload and annihilate him. Which, of course, could be easier said than done, because I think he's got, like 170 or something for his final bar. So that's a lot of health. We'll do that.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, so maybe another turn to come from the top here, which means we probably want to impregnable scout here. 'Cause I'm pretty sure there is something else there. That's maybe a little much. But we got a number of other people who can finish them, so let's do steel bow tactics here.
I'll defeat you! I found strength in adversity.
Jeez, a 14 magic. Okay, yeah, it is the beast up in there. Probably leave it alone. This is tempting, but I think I just want to finish this guy off now. This is crit rate. Yeah, so that's actually legitimately dangerous for both of us. Especially since we're out of impregnable walls. We don't want to just dig around and risk stuff that we don't need to. Okay, so it's... We're in the bushes, so it's gonna be... 26 prop, also 90 to avoid. So definitely no need to worry about Violet dying. And that's if she gets hit at all. Forget his move. I think it's 4, but it could be as much as 6. Let's do... Actually, she's probably safe doing that.
I aspire.
My beastly blood is roused. You will not be able to stop me.
He's got a higher hit rate than I thought he would. Why does he have 32 hit? He's got 114. I guess it's the forest versus the thicket. But still, that's yeah, I guess 72. We're only 82. Yeah, I guess that math does work out. And this wolf is way back here. So he should be body blocked, if anything. Alright, so we want to set this formation up for striding. Even if this wolf is more mobile than I suspected. Just to be safe, we'll shuffle I said back. It won't kill Lila, even if both manage to hit somehow.
Nothing will stop me from feasting upon your flesh and blood.
That will aggro everything at this point. And I think there's reinforcements on the right side. Oh, this... I swear this wolf should be moving at this point. I also like highlighting Maurice highlights the wolf hidden in here that I don't have vision on anymore. Oh wait, he's got anti-magic armor, so we actually can't hit him with magic attacks to break the barriers. Which is kind of annoying.
Timing!
Hit rate, we need to do a little bit better than that.
Now's our chance.
just finish that? I think Hunter's Volley would still add more value than Break Shot right now. Or maybe not. Because it can't crit. Yeah, I was right, this wolf did aggro. So we need to hit him with Lysipias. It's a good thing I revealed that. Or I guess, it might be because I moved Vulpus into range, but I know these guys eventually just completely aggro. And I'd rather crowd control this one than risk it gaining movement on the enemy phase and just coming in and wrecking Marianne or something. Because she would have been in range.
In this situation...
As long as he's stunned, that's all that matters. We as well kill Maurice next turn. I don't think we have the firepower to do it this turn.
Cocky.
That's a level. We could double with the Iron Bow for 58. That's substantial. Terrible crit rate though. Or we could Steel Bow Monster Blast. That does less damage. Even though it's got a little bit of crit, that doesn't seem worth it.
That looks just like Miklon's Black Beast. Could a hero's relic be at fault?
Hero. There is a word that takes me back.
Takes you back? Are you?
After so long, I cannot speak of it.
I can exceed this.
This is for everyone's good.
The way we're positioned, it should prevent this wolf from... Even if it aggro, they'll be prevented from just passing through Maurice here and attacking anyone squishy. This does make me a little wary of trying to advance Wrath though. First, it would take a double crit to kill him, but like that's the thing that could probably. I mean, it's not terribly likely, but it's something that. Well, yeah. We shouldn't get cocky about it. It could be about 4% twice. We're not even on his final bar yet. I definitely called it on this stuff aggroing. Although, curiously, this guy didn't. But this wolf from, like, way back here, I guess, decided to. Alright, we've brought his shield down, though, so this should probably be relatively easy to blast through. Point blank volley blessed for 78 damage. we want to lead with? Because there's still quite a bit to get through. Without a crit, Ignatz isn't doing enough to let Lysithea finish. That's definitely not a risk I want to take. So I'll probably have Balthus rally Phyla. Wow, Wrath survives getting doubled back there. That's impressive. Alright, so Wrath could add like 6 damage to Ignatz here by rallying him and then having a bow equipped. So what would that bring us up to? We got 20 twice, 56. Exactly enough, I guess.
Thank you.
I'll show you!
Alright, well he can also crit. That works for me. $188. Fortunately for him, his res is so bad that he's just getting destroyed.
Well done.
And of course, because we have to, assassination! Look at that 4 hit rate.
Well done. Finally, this nightmare of 1,000 years is at its end. Oh, inheritor of my crest. If this body is to decay, then the sword, I leave it to you.
Alright. No more Fog of War maps. So that's the last one for the rest of the game. I guess unless we... No, I didn't recruit Winard, so we can't do the turtle. Inman troops. I forget how good those are. I don't think they're terribly amazing, but whatever. Oof. Alright, that went on longer than I would have liked, so... I think we're still gonna finish up the dialogue for this
I can't
paralogue,
believe what
though.
we saw in that forest. The wandering beast's eviscerated body. Only human bones, and this sword remaining. Surely the creature's true identity was...
I'm sorry.
You better be
You again?
Stalker Boy.
I heard rumor that the Wandering Beast was slain. But do you really believe that frees you of suspicion? Without proof that it was slain, the argument that you are not a beast does not stand.
Oh, shut
Furthermore, Huh? Oh, that sword!
When the wandering beast was defeated, this sword...
It's unmistakable. Carved into that sword's crest stone is Maurice's crest. But how would the lost magic blade end up with the Wandering Beast? According to what I know of Maurice's story, he didn't let go of the sword until the very end. That must mean... I see. So that's what happened. My apologies. It seems I was mistaken. I must be going.
Nonchalantly.
So the wandering
I guess I was
beast
mistaken.
He was roaming the dark woods for over 1,000 years, suffering for his murderous past.
Good thing you were able to put an end to it by standing in the back.
It's true. And because of that, I feel as though my curse has been lifted.
I think what I did with the map might have screwed something up there, because I thought I was supposed to get a conversation with, or like Maurice commenting on Byleth. But I think wandering into the quarrying like that might have messed it up, I'm not sure. Or maybe maybe I just zoned out and missed it because it's so late. I don't know.
The blood of a beast no longer flows through me. I feel human for once. Thank you, Professor. I couldn't have done it on my own. Without your help, I would never have found peace. I'll do anything I can to repay my debt to you.
Hooray. I'll probably actually have this hanging out, or I'll pull up this out occasionally with Byleth. I don't think Marianne's gonna make very good use of it. With her non-existent sword proficiencies. Well, I haven't even been paying attention to how good my Byleth is doing for magic. This is generally, at least with what we typically run, it's generally irrelevant. wonder if we're actually gonna have an closer. Because Birdie's working hard, but possibly not hard enough.
I have much You. Your.
Really need to go with Mercedes. I guess technically Faith up if I was hoping to have her as a bishop for when we do Caspar's on her Sparewog. Yeah, I guess we'll help with that. We've exhausted almost everyone here, so I guess. Hey Ferdinand, you want a little bit of training? Definitely riding over lances at this point. I feel like C+, even though his is basically at the end, C+ riding is probably going to be barely achievable with how we're not putting him through stables or anything. Well, I guess it depends. If we have more months like this where I just end up throwing stuff at the others, he may get there. And then maybe even to B if enough of the months happen. Since, like, I guess with as many activity points as I have, I basically cover my entire house every single time with the basic Golden Deer. So, it's almost too many activity points. For me, there's nothing worse than seeing those who I care about come to harm. That's why I want to study faith and help others as a bishop. Yeah, but you still need that authority.
We've completed our task.
What would I expect, once again?
Now is the time to master this.
Let's put this to the test.
Interesting. Practice is paying off.
Age is but a number.
It's all instinct.
Seems my practice.
Intuition's all I need.
I knew you'd come through.
Poor Knuckles. Hey, Raph. He probably doesn't need the knowledge gem anymore. Though... for trading things, we probably want the accuracy ring. Alright, maybe it's time to get rid of the regular training gauntlets. So before we call it another guild or battalion, I want to make sure I get is Blessing. Since when are 2? Alright. Oh, never mind. The positions are white magic. I don't know why I saw that as 2 blessings. It's like confused. What's going on? I don't remember there being 2 blessing battalions available. I don't see us having too many issues here with swapping in the Alliance Wyverns now, because this map is pretty susceptible to flyers, the one coming up. We won't be doing it right now, but since there's going to be a bit of a gap between when we next do this, I want to make sure I settle the things I'm thinking about now. It's funny to think about because I don't think there's that many ground physical battalions here. Or even at all. I guess there's the Golden Deer Cavalry. And the archers. Cavalry would probably be the better fit for what I'd be aiming with the buy with, but I prefer the assault troop. The assault troop gambit a lot more. Well, it's because a lot of the time I want to reach enemies further back than side by side, just because of the way the AI typically moves. Definitely lose a bunch of Brazil for dropping the Pegasus, but that's fine. Actually, how's Lorenz's? Already B, that's... Might get him something better? Oh, I guess not. Oh, the Edmund troops have a ton of hit. That's kind of funny. Okay, it looks like these are about as good as they're gonna get for now. Like, I'm sure a few of these would be maybe approximately equivalent. but I don't know if Lawrence is gonna get to the point where he can use the evil repelling co. He's Flat B is probably gonna leave him maybe getting there around Dubstep Town. Anyway though, that is definitely gonna be it for me for tonight. I am going on call, so we'll be doing another week of Arceus, usual Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Then, and this is tentative, what I'll probably convert back to is we'll be doing 3 Hazards on the Fridays, and then Arceus on the other days until we finish it up. And then probably just go back to doing 3 Hazards all weekend. Unless something else comes up, but the idea is to clean up the 2 runs so that I can eventually try to schedule in that Fire Emblem mini marathon that we started planning when I was sick in December, so hopefully we can get that all straightened out and figured out. So I guess, let's see, what can we do about maybe raiding here? Why do you wait now? Oh, Kron Ferrara is doing more 3 houses, so I guess we'll hit him up. Alrighty. Thanks for watching, everyone, and sticking with me for that extra hour. Damn Fog of War maps, man. Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you on Wednesday, and have yourselves a good night.